Christmas is for immediate family only. My father-in-law's text message read, arriving 3 days before Christmas, like a precision-guided missile designed to wound. You understand. The man who'd spent 15 years calling me the help's daughter had finally found a way to erase me from the family portrait. But Harrison Chambers had no idea that the private jet circling his Westchester mansion on Christmas morning belonged to the same gold digger he'd just uninvited from his precious holiday gathering. I stood in my penthouse office, Manhattan glittering below like a circuit board of ambition and broken dreams, reading Harrison's text for the 5th time. Each word was carefully chosen, each punctuation marked a tiny dagger. 15 years of marriage to his son James, 2 beautiful children who called him Grandpa, and still I was disposable. Still I was the Puerto Rican girl from the Bronx who'd somehow tricked his precious son into marriage. "Mommy, why are you crying?" My 8-year-old daughter Sophia appeared in the doorway, still in her pajamas, dragging her favorite stuffed reindeer. I hadn't realized I was crying. I quickly wiped my eyes and knelt down to her level. "Just some dust, baby. Are you excited for Christmas? Is Grandpa Harrison really not letting us come?" Her older brother Lucas, all of 10 years old and already too perceptive, stood behind her. "Dad's on the phone with him. He's using his lawyer voice." The lawyer voice. James only used that when he was trying to negotiate the non-negotiable. I could hear him down the hall, his words muffled but his tone clear, pleading, reasoning, slowly transforming into something sharper. "Your grandfather is having a smaller gathering this year," I said carefully, the lie tasting bitter. "But we're going to have our own adventure." "Without Dad?" Sophia's lower lip trembled. "We'll see," I said, though I already knew. James would go. He always went. Every Christmas, every Thanksgiving, every family gathering where I was subtly or not so subtly made to feel like an intruder. He'd apologize, promise it would be different next time, swear he'd stand up to them. But when push came to shove, James Chambers I always chose the path of least resistance. I heard his footsteps in the hallway, saw his shadow pause outside the door. For a moment, I hoped. Then he walked past without entering, and I knew. "Kids, go get dressed," I said, my voice steady now. "Pack your favorite clothes. We're taking a trip." "But Mom," Lucas started. "Trust me," I said, and something in my tone made them both nod and scurry off. I stood, walked to my desk, and picked up my phone. Speed dialed a number I rarely used. "Ms. Reyes." Captain Williams answered on the second ring. "Will you be needing the jet?" "Christmas morning," I said. 6 a.m. departure. Flight plan to Aspen. And Captain, make sure we do a low pass over Westchester on the way out. There's something I want my children to see." "The estate in Westchester, ma'am." "The Chambers estate. Circle it twice. Low enough for them to hear us." There was a pause. "Understood, ma'am. The G650 will be ready." I ended the call and opened my laptop, pulling up the property listing I'd been watching for months. The Aspen compound that made Harrison's Westchester estate look like a starter home. 22,000 square feet of privacy and perfection. I'd been waiting for the right moment to pull the trigger. I clicked purchase and smiled. James appeared in the doorway, his face a study in conflict. At 38, he still looked like the golden boy who defied his family to marry me. Sandy hair, blue eyes, the kind of jaw that belonged on currency. But 15 years of straddling 2 worlds had added lines around his eyes, gray at his temples. "Elena," he started, then stopped. We both knew what came next. "Save it," I said quietly. I got the message. Lower class doesn't get a seat at the Chambers table. That's not. He ran a hand through his hair. "You know my father. He's from a different generation. He doesn't mean." "He meant every word," I interrupted. "Just like he meant it when he offered me $100,000 to leave you before our wedding. Just like he meant it when he introduced me as the maid's daughter at your cousin's engagement party. Just like he meant it every single time he asked when you were going to trade up. James flinched at each example. I've talked to him. No, you've apologized for him. There's a difference. What do you want me to do? His voice cracked slightly. He's my father. And I'm your wife. Those are your children. But somehow we always come second to Harrison Chambers' comfort. He stepped into the room, reached for me. Elena, please. It's just one dinner. I'll go for a few hours, make an appearance. While your children spend Christmas wondering why Grandpa doesn't want them. I stepped back from his reach. While I explain again why Mommy can't come to the family photos. The kids are invited, he said weakly. It's just me. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. The contamination in the bloodline. Don't say that. I'm not saying it. Your father is. Every time he looks at our children and comments on how Sophia's skin is such a pretty tan, or asks if Lucas is going to play basketball with those jeans. James's face darkened. He'd heard the comments too, chosen to interpret them as harmless. Old man's ignorance, not malice. But we both knew better. I'll skip it, he said suddenly. We'll stay home. Have our own Christmas. For a moment, I wanted to believe him. But I'd heard this song before. Your phone will ring at 10 a.m., I said. Your mother, crying about how Christmas is ruined. Your sister will text about family traditions. Your father will threaten to cut you off from the firm. And by noon, you'll be in your car, promising to be back by dinner. That's not fair. Because it's not true, or because it is. His silence was answer enough. I'm taking the kids on a trip, I said. We leave Christmas morning. Elena. You do what you need to do, James. And for once, I'll do what I need to do. I walked past him. Stopped at the door. 15 years, I've made myself smaller to fit into your family's picture. But our children deserve better than to grow up thinking they're only half welcome in their own family. Where will you go? I looked back at him, really looked at him. The man I'd fallen in love with was still there, somewhere beneath the lawyer suits and family obligations. But he was buried so deep now, I wasn't sure he'd ever surface. Somewhere we're wanted, I said. Christmas Eve was a masterclass in pretense. James tried to recreate our usual traditions, cookies for Santa, matching pajamas, the Polar Express on the big screen. But the kids felt the tension, kept asking why Daddy seemed sad, why Mommy was packing so many suitcases. It's an adventure, I told them. A Christmas surprise. At midnight, while James pretended to sleep in the guest room, had moved there after dinner, both of us too proud to address it. I stood on our terrace, looking out at the city. My phone buzzed with notifications from my company's Asian markets, profit reports that would have made Harrison Chambers choke on his brandy if he knew. The maid's daughter ran a tech empire worth more than his entire stuffy law firm. He didn't know because James had never told him. Another secret to keep the peace, another way I'd made myself smaller. But tomorrow, I'd be done shrinking. The alarm went off at 4:30 a.m. The kids were excited despite the early hour, bouncing with the kind of energy only children possess. James stood in the kitchen, fully dressed, watching us prepare to leave. You're really doing this, he said. Yes. My father will. Your father will have the Christmas he wanted. Immediate family only. You are immediate family. Not according to him. He followed us down to the waiting car, helped load the bags. The kids hugged him goodbye, made him promise to FaceTime later. When they were buckled in, he pulled me aside. Elena, please, we can fix this. We've been trying to fix this for 15 years, I said. I'm tired of being the only one doing the work. The ride to Teterboro was quiet, the kids dozing in the early morning darkness. When we pulled up to the private terminal, their eyes widened. The Gulfstream G650 sat on the tarmac like a sleeping giant, cabin lights glowing warmly in the pre-dawn darkness. Is that ours? Lucas whispered. For today it is, I said. Captain Williams met us at the stairs, sharp in his uniform. "Good morning, Ms. Reyes." "Master Lucas, Miss Sophia. Ready for your Christmas adventure?" The kids were speechless, taking in the cream leather seats, the bedroom in the back, the full galley stocked with their favorite foods. I'd have the crew hang lights inside, a small tree in the corner. If we couldn't have family Christmas, we'd have our own version at 45,000 feet. "Mom," Sophia breathed, "this is like a flying house. Better than Grandpa's house?" The question slipped out before I could stop it. She thought about it seriously, the way only 8-year-olds can. "Grandpa's house is big but cold. This is warm." Out of the mouths of babes. As we settled in, Captain Williams leaned down. "Flight time to Aspen is approximately 4 hours, ma'am. With our detour over Westchester." "Thank you, Captain." The engine spun up, that distinctive whine of power and possibility. I'd flown private many times for business, but this was different. This was freedom. As we taxied, my phone rang. "James." I almost didn't answer. Then, "Hello?" "My father knows about the jet." I smiled. "How?" "The tail number. N-Air 2010. Your initials in the year we met. He has a friend at the FAA who tracks private flights. He's," a pause. "He's losing his mind." "Is he?" "Elena, what are you trying to prove?" "Nothing," I said honestly. "I'm just done hiding. He says if you fly that plane over his house, he'll what? Disinvite me from Christmas? Too late." "Elena." "I have to go, James. We're about to take off. Give your father my regards." I hung up and turned off my phone. The takeoff was smooth, the kids pressing their faces to the windows as Manhattan fell away below us. Within minutes, we were climbing through winter morning darkness, chasing the sunrise west. "Captain," I said into the intercom. "How long until we reach Westchester?" 12 minutes, ma'am. Would you like me to announce it?" "Please do." I buckled the kids in beside me, made sure they were looking out the right side windows. "Ladies and gentlemen," Captain Williams' voice filled the cabin, "if you look out the right side of the aircraft, we'll be passing over the Chambers estate in Westchester County. Per our flight plan, we'll be conducting a low-altitude circle of the property to ensure our passengers get a good view of the Christmas decorations." Lucas looked at me. "Grandpa's house?" "That's right." "But why?" "Watch," I said. The G650 banked gently, descending to what must have been barely legal altitude. Below us, Harrison's estate sprawled across pristine snow, the main house blazing with lights, the cars already gathering in the circular drive for Christmas morning. I could imagine them inside, Harrison holding court over coffee and Bloody Marys, making pronouncements about family values and tradition. Then they heard us. The jet noise at low altitude was impossible to ignore. I watched tiny figures stream out onto the lawn, heads craned skyward. The G650's navigation lights blinked festively in the dawn sky as we circled once, twice, the tail number clearly visible to anyone who looked. "Is that Grandpa?" Sophia pointed at a figure in a bathrobe, gesticulating wildly. "I believe it is." "Why is he waving like that? Is he angry?" "He's just surprised to see us," I said diplomatically. My phone, supposedly turned off, somehow managed to buzz with an incoming call. Harrison himself. I declined it with satisfaction. As we climbed away from Westchester, Lucas was quiet. Then, "Mom, why doesn't Grandpa like you?" The question I dreaded and expected in equal measure. "It's not about like or dislike," I said carefully. "Your grandfather grew up in a different world. He has ideas about who belongs where. But here's what matters, you belong everywhere. Both of you. Never let anyone make you feel like you don't deserve a seat at any table. Is that why we're flying to Aspen? Because we deserve it." "We're flying to Aspen because that's where our new vacation house is," I said. "Would you like to see pictures?" Their excitement over the photos, indoor pool, movie theater, ski-in access, drowned out any lingering questions about Westchester. As the G650 climbed toward cruising altitude, I finally relaxed. My phone buzzed again. This time, a text from an unknown number that I recognized as Harrison's personal cell. "You've made your point. Return immediately and we can discuss terms." Terms. As if this was a negotiation. As if my worth was something to be debated. I typed back, "Merry Christmas, Harrison. Enjoy your immediate family." Then I blocked the number. The rest of the flight was magical. The kids played in the bedroom, watched Christmas movies, helped the flight attendant serve hot chocolate with marshmallows. As we crossed into Colorado airspace, the sunrise painted the mountains gold and pink. A light show better than any holiday decoration. "Mom," Lucas said, settling beside me as Sophia napped. "I'm glad we're here instead of Grandpa's house." "Why's that?" "Because you're smiling," he said simply. "You don't smile at Grandpa's house." My throat tightened. "When did you get so observant?" "Dad says I get it from you." He paused. "Is Dad going to be okay?" "Your father loves you both very much," I said. "This isn't about him. It's about Grandpa being mean to you. It's about choosing joy," I corrected. "It's about showing you and your sister that you never have to accept less than respect. Not from anyone." The landing in Aspen was smooth, the kids' faces pressed to windows as we descended into a winter wonderland. The house, our house, sat on the mountainside like something from a fairy tale, all glass and timber and possibility. "This is ours," Sophia whispered. "All ours," I confirmed. As we drove up the private road, my phone exploded with messages. James, his sister, his mother, numbers I didn't recognize. The Westchester flyover had apparently caused quite a stir. Good. But the one that made me smile was from my own mother, who'd been spending Christmas with my sister in Miami. "Maja, did you really buzz that Pendavo's house? My friends are all asking about the video on Instagram." Video? Of course someone had filmed it. Of course it was already viral. The Puerto Rican girl from the Bronx in her private jet, refusing to be erased. The house was even more spectacular in person. The staff I'd hired had it ready. Trees decorated, presents arranged, stockings hung with care. Everything Harrison's house had, but warmer. Welcoming. Ours. "Can we ski today?" Lucas asked, already planning. "We can do whatever we want," I said. "It's Christmas." My phone rang. "James." This time, I answered. "Are you insane?" But there was something in his voice, not anger. Maybe. "My father is threatening to call the FAA." My mother fainted. My sister is screaming about family reputation. "And you?" A long pause. "I'm looking at the video. You look happy." "I am happy." "The kids?" "Playing in their new house. The one where they're welcome. Always." Another pause. "Elena, Don't," I said gently. "Not today. Today is about joy. We can deal with the rest tomorrow." Can I FaceTime them later? For Christmas?" "Of course. You're their father. You're always welcome in their lives. But not yours." I looked at my children, already racing through their new home, their laughter echoing off soaring ceilings. Thought about 15 years of making myself smaller, quieter, less threatening to Harrison Chambers' worldview. "I don't know," I said honestly. "But I know I'm done being anyone's dirty secret. I'm done pretending I don't own a company worth more than your father's. I'm done acting like I should be grateful for scraps of acceptance." "The tail number," he said suddenly. "Year 2010. That was the year everything changed." "Yes. Maybe it's time for everything to change again." "Maybe," I agreed. "But that's a conversation for another day. Today, I'm going to teach our children to ski and show them that their mother is exactly who she always was, just no longer hiding it." "My father wants to sue for grandparent rights." I laughed, really laughed. Tell Harrison good luck with that. My lawyers are better than his. Turns out the lower class can afford excellent representation. Elena. Merry Christmas, James, I said, not unkindly. Give my regards to your immediate family. I hung up and joined my children in the great room, where they discovered the wall of windows overlooking the valley. Snow was starting to fall, fat flakes that made the world look like a snow globe. Best Christmas ever, Sophia declared, spinning in circles. It's only morning, I pointed out. Don't care. Best ever. Lucas joined his sister spinning, both of them dizzy with altitude and joy and freedom. I watched them, these two beautiful souls who would never have to choose between sides of themselves, who would know, always, that they deserved every room they walked into. My phone buzzed one last time. A message from my assistant. The video has 2.8 million views. Hashtag Christmas layover is trending. Harrison Chambers' law firm website has crashed from traffic. Merry Christmas, boss. I set the phone aside and joined my children in their dizzy dance, spinning in our sunlit sanctuary, while Westchester faded into memory. Somewhere, Harrison Chambers was learning what happened when you pushed the wrong person too far. When you mistook kindness for weakness. When you thought money and name meant more than heart and hustle. The Bronx girl had bought her own mountain. The maid's daughter had her own jet. The unwelcome wife had found her own joy. And it was, indeed, the best Christmas ever.
The funeral slideshow started without me in it. I'm Charlotte, and I was sitting in the third row of St. Matthew's Episcopal, watching 27 years of my father's life flash across a projection screen. There was Michael at his high school graduation, Michael at his wedding, Michael holding his first bonus check from Goldman Sachs, Michael, not a single photo of me. Frederick was so proud of his family, the pastor was saying, gesturing toward the screen. Especially his son, Michael, who stayed close to home and carried on the family tradition of service to this community. I smoothed down the black dress I'd chosen specifically for today. It was the same one I'd worn 2 weeks ago when I photographed Dad in his hospital bed. That photo had just won the International Portrait Prize, though nobody here knew that. Nobody here knew much about me at all. Charlotte, dear, you look thin, my aunt whispered, leaning over. Are you eating enough in New York? I heard the photography thing isn't going well. I smiled politely and said nothing. The photography thing had netted me $2 million last year, but explaining that felt pointless. The slideshow continued. Michael's second wedding to Savannah, the blonde 27-year-old who collected designer handbags like trophies. Dad at Michael's lake house last summer, holding a beer and grinning. More Michael. Always more Michael. He was blessed with such a devoted son, Mum said from the front row, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Michael never left us, never abandoned his family for some pipe dream. The words hit exactly where she intended. I'd heard variations of this speech for 8 years. Ever since I'd moved to Manhattan with nothing but a camera and a studio apartment to the size of most people's closets. The slideshow ended with a photo of Dad and Michael fishing. No mention of the daughter who'd driven 12 hours straight to be here. No acknowledgement of the daughter who'd held his hand while he died. After the service, people clustered around Michael, shaking his hand and offering condolences. You're the man of the family now? Uncle Scott kept saying. Your father would be so proud. I stood by the guest book, invisible as always, watching the performance. Savannah clung to Michael's arm, like a life preserver, occasionally glancing my way with curious eyes. You must be Charlotte, she said when the crowd thinned. I'm Savannah, Michael's wife. I've heard very little about you, actually. That sounds about right, I said. She tilted her head. What do you do in New York? Photography. Oh, how fun. Like weddings? Before I could answer, Mum appeared beside us. Charlotte takes pictures of buildings and things, she said dismissively. It's more of a hobby, really? Savannah looked confused. But don't you need to work? I mean, New York is so expensive. I manage, I said. Mum's expression tightened. We should head to the house. There's something important to discuss. The family gathered in Dad's study an hour later. Michael sat in Dad's leather chair like he'd already inherited it. Mum perched on the edge of the desk. Uncle Scott leaned against the bookshelf. I took the folding chair someone had brought in from the kitchen. Your father's will was very clear, Mum began, pulling out a manila envelope. The lake cabin goes to Michael. I wasn't surprised. I'd expected this moment for years. What surprised me was how little I felt. It makes sense, Michael said, not looking at me. I'm the one who's here. I'm the one who'll use it. Of course, Mum agreed. Charlotte's never even visited the cabin. She doesn't understand what it means to this family. I'd visited the cabin exactly 17 times. I had photographs to prove it, but correcting them seemed pointless. Any questions? Mum asked, though her tone suggested questions weren't welcome. I shook my head. No questions. Michael looked almost disappointed by my lack of reaction. You're okay with this? I'm fine, I said. And I was. I was more than fine. That night I sat in my childhood bedroom, scrolling through my phone. 5 missed calls from Elisa, my business partner in New York. I'd call her back tomorrow. Instead, I opened my laptop and pulled up a folder labelled Family Archive. Hundreds of photos spanning 2 decades. Photos they'd never seen. Photos that told a different story than the slideshow at the funeral. I selected one. Mum at Christmas 2019, rolling her eyes while I showed Dad my gallery exhibition announcement. The caption I'd never shared read, "Stop making everything about you, Charlotte." I selected another. Michael at Thanksgiving 2018, laughing with Uncle Scott. The audio file attached captured him saying, "Charlotte doesn't count. She's not even here half the time." I had dozens more. Years of documentation. A complete archive of casual cruelty. My phone buzzed. Elisa again. They gave him the cabin, I said when I answered. Those bastards, she said immediately. I'm so sorry, Char. Don't be sorry, I said, closing the laptop. They gave him the cabin. But, I smiled for the first time all day. But I just bought the lake. You bought what now? Elisa's voice crackled through my phone as I walked down Fifth Avenue. The entire lakefront estate next to the family cabin. 12 acres, private shoreline, boat access rights. I dodged a tourist taking selfies. I close tomorrow. Charlotte, that's insane. How much? 4.2 million. Silence. Then, Jesus Christ, where did you get $4 million? I smiled. Remember Zane? Your mysterious tech billionaire client? The one who paid us $500,000 for 3 months of brand consulting? That's the one. Turns out he's been watching my work for years. He wants to invest in something bigger. The truth was more complicated than that. Zane Sutton had first hired me 2 years ago to rebrand his AI startup. Most clients wanted glossy corporate headshots and sanitized company culture photos. Zane wanted something different. Show me what's real, he'd said during our first meeting. I'm tired of fake. So I'd photographed his team during actual work sessions. Frustrated developers debugging code at 2 a.m. The CEO having a breakdown in the supply closet. The moment they finally cracked their algorithm and everyone started crying. The campaign went viral. The startup sold for $800 million 6 months later. You have a gift for seeing what people hide, Zane had told me afterward. Most photographers capture what people want to show. You capture what they can't help revealing. That's when he'd proposed the partnership. A media platform focused on emotional truth branding. Companies tired of corporate BS, willing to pay premium rates for authentic storytelling. We launched 6 months ago, I told Elisa, as I turned onto my street. Remember all those mysterious clients I couldn't tell you about? The NDAs? You've been holding out on me. I've been building something, quietly, the way I always do. My phone buzzed with a text from Stuart, my lawyer. Closing confirmed for 2 p.m. tomorrow. Shell company paperwork ready. They'll never see it coming. Elisa, I need you to book a flight to Albany. We're going to need documentation. Documentation of what? Everything. I want cameras rolling when they find out. The next morning, I met Stuart at his office in downtown Albany. He was exactly what I'd hoped for when I'd researched estate lawyers in the region. Ruthless, expensive, and completely uninterested in family drama. The previous owners were motivated sellers, he said, sliding papers across his desk. Apparently, they'd been trying to unload the property for 2 years. Something about maintenance costs. I signed document after document. Warren Studio Estates, LLC, a shell company that would take weeks to trace back to me if anyone bothered trying. The shoreline access rights were the tricky part, Stuart continued. But your family's cabin sits on a landlocked parcel. Legally, they need easement access to reach the water, access that now runs through your property. And I can revoke that access? At any time, for any reason. He smiled. Or no reason at all. I walked out of that office, feeling lighter than I had in years. For the first time in my life, I held power over something my family wanted. My phone rang as I drove back toward the city. Michael's name flashed on the screen. Charlotte, I wanted to check on you. Yesterday was hard on everyone. I'm fine. Good. Listen, we're planning the Memorial Day gathering at the cabin. Same as always. You should come. I almost laughed. Should I? It would mean a lot to Mum, and to me. We're family, you know. Are we? Silence. Then, of course we are. Look, I know you're upset about the will, but Dad made his choice. The cabin needs someone who'll actually use it. You're right, I said. It does. So you'll come? I'll be there. After I hung up, I called Elisa back. Change of plans. Book 2 flights to Albany and bring the good cameras. What's happening Memorial Day weekend? A family reunion. The first one, where I'm actually invited. Invited by who? I pulled into my parking garage, already planning the shot list in my head. By the new owner of the lake. That evening, I sat in my studio apartment, surrounded by contact sheets and proof prints. My walls were covered with photographs most people would never see. The real moments, the unguarded expressions, the truth that lived in the spaces between smiles. I pulled out a photo from last Christmas. Michael raising a toast while I sat at the kids' table, literally pushed to the side to make room for Savannah. In the background, barely visible, Mum was removing my place setting. I'd titled it, Making Room. Tomorrow, I'd start making room of my own. My phone buzzed with an email. The subject line read, Memorial Day weekend. Can't wait to meet you? It was from Savannah. The message was brief. Michael told me you're coming to the lake house. I'm so excited to finally meet his mysterious sister. I've heard, well, very little actually, but I'd love to get to know you better. I stared at that email for a long time. Then I forwarded it to Elisa with a single word. Perfect. The security guard's name was Marcus, and he was exactly 6'4". I'd hired him specifically for his presence. Former military, calm demeanour, the kind of guy who could deliver bad news without raising his voice. He stood beside the 10-foot chrome gate I'd had installed across the shoreline access road, clipboard in hand, looking official. Mum, this is private property, I heard him say, as Michael's Range Rover pulled up to the gate. I'm going to need to see authorization. I was positioned on the hill above, hidden behind a cluster of pine trees with Elisa and her camera equipment. We had a perfect view of the boat ramp, where my family had launched their pontoon boat every Memorial Day for the past 15 years. Authorization for what? Michael's voice carried up the hill. This is our access road. We own the cabin right there. I understand, sir, but the shoreline access runs through Warren Studio Estates property. Without written permission from the owner, I can't allow vehicles or watercraft through. Mum's voice, shrill with indignation. This is ridiculous. We've been using this ramp for decades. I'm sorry, Mum. Property rights changed hands recently. New owner, new rules. I watched Michael get out of the car, followed by Savannah, in a white sundress that probably cost more than most people's rent. Mum emerged from the passenger seat wearing her "I'd like to speak to the manager" expression. Who owns this property? Michael demanded. I want to speak to them immediately. The owner isn't available, sir. But I can give you the contact information for the property management company. Marcus handed Michael a business card. I'd had them printed yesterday. Warren Studio Estates, LLC. The phone number went straight to Stuart's office. This is insane, Savannah said, looking around at the gate, the security guard, the professionally installed signage. Who just buys lakefront property and blocks access? Someone with money and a grudge, Mum said. This has to be illegal. Actually, Mum, it's completely legal. The previous owners sold all shoreline rights with the property. Your cabin sits on a landlocked parcel. I watched Michael's face change as the implications hit him. No lake access meant no boating, no swimming, no dock, no waterfront activities. The cabin was essentially worthless as a vacation property. There has to be an easement, he said. Some kind of grandfather clause. Not according to the county records, sir. Would you like me to call the sheriff's office to verify? Yes, Mum snapped. Call them right now. Marcus pulled out his radio with practiced efficiency. Dispatch. This is Marcus at Warren Studio Estates. I have a property access dispute that may require law enforcement assistance. The radio crackled back. Copy that, Marcus. Unit 47 is en route. I had to admire the performance. Marcus wasn't actually connected to dispatch, but his radio work was convincing enough to make my family exchange nervous glances. This is harassment, Michael said, but his voice had lost its edge. Whoever bought this property is clearly targeting us. I wouldn't know about that, sir. I just enforce property rights. That's when I decided to make my entrance. I walked down the hill slowly, carrying a manila envelope, dressed in jeans and a simple black t-shirt. I looked like I belonged there, which I did. I owned the place. Is there a problem here? I asked Marcus, as if I'd just happened upon the scene. These folks are trying to access the shoreline without authorization, ma'am. Michael turned toward me, and I watched his expression cycle through confusion, recognition, and something approaching horror. Charlotte? Hi, Michael, Mum, Savannah. I nodded politely to each of them. Beautiful day for the lake, isn't it? What are you doing here? Mum demanded. I own here. I handed the envelope to Michael. Deeds inside if you want to verify. Michael's hands shook slightly as he opened the envelope. I watched his face as he read the property description, the sale price, the date of purchase. 3 days after Dad's funeral. You bought this place? 12 acres, private shoreline, exclusive boat access rights. I gestured toward the water. Everything you see from here to the point. This is impossible, Mum said. You don't have this kind of money. Apparently I do. Savannah was staring at me like I'd grown a second head. But you're a photographer. Michael said you barely make ends meet. Michael says a lot of things. I turned to him. Remember Thanksgiving 2018? You said I don't count because I'm never here. His face went pale. Charlotte, I never... You did. I have it recorded. I smiled. I have a lot of things recorded. The sheriff's deputy chose that moment to arrive, which was perfect timing since I'd actually called him myself an hour earlier to give him a heads up about the situation. Everything okay here? Deputy Rodriguez asked, stepping out of his patrol car. Just a property access issue, Marcus said. These folks were trying to use the boat ramp without permission. Rodriguez nodded. Mum, is this your property? He asked me. It is. I handed him a copy of the deed. He glanced at it, then looked at my family. I'm going to need you folks to move your vehicle. This is private property. But our cabin is right there, Mom protested, pointing across the water. That may be, ma'am, but you don't have access rights to this shoreline. You'll need to work that out with the property owner. Michael was still staring at the deed. $4.2 million. Where did you get $4 million? Same place you got the money for your Range Rover. I worked for it. This is insane, Savannah whispered. You bought an entire estate just to block us from the lake. I looked at her for a long moment. She seemed genuinely confused, like she couldn't understand why anyone would go to such lengths. It was almost endearing. I didn't buy it to block you, I said finally. I bought it because I could. Then I turned to Marcus. Make sure they have my business card, in case they want to discuss access arrangements. As I walked back up the hill, I heard Michael calling after me. Charlotte, wait. We need to talk about this. But I didn't stop. I had photos to take. The gallery was packed by 7 p.m. I stood in the corner of the Meridian Gallery in Chelsea, watching people move through my exhibition like they were walking through someone's private diary, which, in a way, they were. Invisible Daughters covered 3 walls and included a live stream component that was broadcasting to galleries in Los Angeles, Chicago, and London simultaneously. Elisa had handled the technical setup while I'd spent the past 2 weeks selecting and arranging 27 photographs that told the story of a childhood spent being erased. This is brutal, a woman in her 50s whispered to her companion as they stopped in front of the centerpiece. Look at this little girl's face. The photograph showed me at 9 years old, sitting at the kitchen table with tears streaming down my cheeks. In the background, slightly out of focus, Michael was being praised for making honor roll. The audio caption, activated by a motion sensor, played Mum's voice. Charlotte, stop making everything about you. Your brother is trying to share good news. The audio is what makes it devastating, the woman continued. You can hear the dismissal in the mother's voice. A man in an expensive suit paused beside them. Is this real? These are actual family recordings? According to the artist's statement, yes. She documented her family interactions for over a decade. The woman pointed to a small placard. It says here she started recording conversations when she was 12, initially just to remember what was said during arguments. I watched him read the placard, his expression changing as he absorbed the details. The exhibition wasn't just photographs, it was evidence. Across the room, Lorelei Lynch was interviewing Elisa for her article. I'd researched Lorelei carefully before inviting her. Regional journalist, known for human interest stories that went viral, particularly pieces about family dysfunction and social media culture. So Charlotte documented all of this in real time? Lorelei asked, holding up her phone to record. She's been taking photographs since she was 8, Elisa said. But the audio recording started when she was 12. Initially for her own protection, to remember what was actually said versus what the family claimed was said later. And her family had no idea? None. Charlotte has always been invisible to them. They never noticed she was documenting their behaviour. I moved closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. This piece here, Lorelei gestured toward a photograph of last Christmas, shows her literally being pushed out of the family photo. You can see her mother's hand on her shoulder, moving her aside. That's from December 2022, Elisa said. Charlotte flew home for Christmas, and they took the annual family portrait without including her. When she asked why, her mother said, "You don't really live here anymore, dear." The audio for that piece was particularly damaging. You could hear Mum's voice, saccharine and dismissive. Family photos are for family members who are actually present in our lives, Charlotte. You visit twice a year. A young couple stopped in front of the funeral slideshow recreation. I'd recreated the entire 27-minute presentation from Dad's service, but with my photos inserted where they should have been. The contrast was stark. Jesus, the woman said. They really edited her out of her own father's funeral slideshow. Every single photo, her boyfriend replied, reading the description. 27 years of family history, and she appears in 0 slides. But look at these photos she took of him. They're beautiful. The photos I'd taken of Dad were scattered throughout the exhibition. Dad teaching me to use his old film camera. Dad at my high school graduation, beaming with pride, while Mom looked bored. Dad in the hospital 2 weeks before he died, holding my hand and telling me I had a gift for seeing truth. That last photo had won the International Portrait Prize, but I'd never told the family. What was the point? My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Charlotte, this is Savannah. We need to talk. This exhibition is destroying Michael's reputation. Please call me. I showed the text to Elisa, who was finally free from her interview with Lorelei. His reputation, she said. What about your reputation? You've been dealing with this abuse for decades. It's not abuse, I said automatically, then caught myself. I mean, it's not physical abuse. Emotional neglect is abuse, Charlotte. Systematic exclusion is abuse. Gaslighting is abuse. A woman approached us, tears in her eyes. Excuse me, are you the artist? I nodded. I just wanted to thank you. I grew up in a family like this. The invisible daughter. Seeing this, she gestured around the room. It makes me feel less alone. That's why I made it, I said. After she walked away, Elisa pulled up something on her phone. Lorelei's article just went live. It's already being shared everywhere. The headline read, "You don't know the girl they cropped out. A daughter's devastating documentation of family erasure." The article was thorough and sympathetic, focusing on the systematic nature of the emotional neglect rather than sensationalizing the family drama. Lorelei had done her research, interviewing child psychologists about the long-term effects of being the invisible child in a family system. Look at the comments, Elisa said, scrolling through her phone. Hundreds of people sharing their own stories. My phone rang, Michael's name on the screen. Don't answer it, Elisa said. But I did. Charlotte, what the hell is this exhibition? People are calling my office, asking about the abusive brother from the art show. It's documentation, I said calmly. It's character assassination. You're destroying my career over some childhood grudge. I'm showing people what happened. Nothing more, nothing less. Take it down. No. Charlotte, I'm serious. This is affecting my business, my marriage, my reputation. Savannah is getting harassed on social media. I looked around the gallery, at all the people connecting with my story, finally seeing what I'd lived through. Good, I said, and hung up. Elisa grinned. How does it feel? Like I exist, I said. Michael showed up at my studio 3 days later. I was reviewing contact sheets when the buzzer rang. The doorman called up. Ms. Warren? There's a Michael here to see you. Says he's your brother. Send him up. I'd been expecting this visit since the exhibition opened. The article had gone viral, shared over 50,000 times in the first 48 hours. The comments section was brutal for Michael, with people calling him everything from golden child narcissist to emotional abuser. He looked terrible when I opened the door. Unshaven, wrinkled shirt, the kind of exhausted that comes from not sleeping for days. We need to talk, he said, pushing past me into the apartment. Come in, I said to his back. He stopped in the middle of my living room, staring at the walls covered with photographs. Most people found my apartment overwhelming. Every surface covered with images, contact sheets, proof prints, a visual diary of 15 years in New York. Jesus, Charlotte, how long have you been documenting everything? Since I was 8. Dad gave me my first camera, remember? I remember you taking pictures. I didn't know you were... He gestured vaguely at the walls. Building a case. I wasn't building anything. I was just recording my life. He turned to face me, and I could see the desperation in his eyes. My firm let me go yesterday. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? Because this exhibition is the reason. 3 major clients pulled their accounts after that article came out. They said they couldn't work with someone who systematically abused his sister. Did you systematically abuse me? Of course not. We're siblings. Siblings fight, they compete, they exclude each other from family photos. They mock each other's careers. They manipulate inheritance documents. His face went pale. What are you talking about? I walked to my desk and pulled out a small digital recorder. Thanksgiving 2018. You were in the kitchen with Uncle Scott, talking about Dad's will. I pressed play. Michael's voice filled the room, slightly distorted but clearly audible. The cabin should go to me anyway. Charlotte doesn't count. She's not even here half the time. Dad knows I'm the one who actually cares about family. Michael stared at the recorder like it was a weapon pointed at him. You recorded that? I recorded everything. Conversations, phone calls, family dinners. I started doing it when I was 12 because you all would gaslight me afterward. Tell me I was being dramatic. that things didn't happen the way I remembered. It's exactly what you did. Every time. I stopped the recording. This one's going in the next installation. I'm calling it Erased by Proximity. There's a next installation. The exhibition was just phase 1, Michael. I have 15 years of material. He sank into my couch, head in his hands. Savannah left me. When? Yesterday. After the article came out. She said she couldn't be married to someone who treated family like that. He looked up at me. She packed her bags and moved back to her parents' house. I'm sorry. No, you're not. This is what you wanted, isn't it? To destroy my life. I sat down across from him. I wanted to be seen. For once in my life, I wanted our family to acknowledge that I exist. You exist, of course you exist. Do I? When was the last time you asked about my work? My life? When was the last time you included me in anything without being forced to? He was quiet for a long moment. You never seemed interested in family stuff. I was never invited to family stuff. That's not true. I got up and pulled a photo album from the shelf. Christmas 2019. You had a party at your house. 30 people. I found out about it from Mum's Facebook post. I showed him the photo. The entire extended family gathered around his Christmas tree. Everyone except me. You were in New York? He said weakly. I was in Albany, visiting Dad in the hospital. I was 20 minutes away. I flipped to another photo. Easter 2020. Family brunch at Mum's house. Again, found out on social media. That was during COVID. We kept it small. 12 people, Michael. You kept it small by not inviting me. I kept flipping pages, showing him years of family gatherings, celebrations, milestones that had happened without me. Each photo was a small knife, evidence of systematic exclusion. I didn't realize, he said finally. You didn't want to realize. It was easier to pretend I didn't care than to admit you were leaving me out. My phone buzzed with a text. I glanced at it. Charlotte, this is Mum. We need to discuss the situation immediately. You're embarrassing the entire family. I showed Michael the text. She wants to discuss the situation, not apologize for it. Discuss it. She's upset. We all are. Good. You should be upset. You should have been upset 20 years ago when you started treating me like I didn't matter. He stood up, pacing to the window. What do you want, Charlotte? Money? An apology? What will make you stop this? I want you to understand what you did to me. Fine, I understand. We excluded you. We took you for granted. We were shitty siblings and parents. There. Is that what you want to hear? I want you to feel it. Feel what? What it's like to be erased, to have people you love act like you don't exist, to watch your family celebrate everything without you. I joined him at the window. You're getting a taste of it now. How does it feel? He was quiet for a long time, staring down at the street. It feels terrible. Now imagine feeling that way for 30 years. Okay. I get it. But this exhibition, the article, it's destroying more than just me. Mum's getting hate mail. Uncle Scott's business is being affected. You're hurting innocent people. Innocent people? I laughed. Michael, there are no innocent people in this story. You all participated. You all chose to exclude me, dismiss me, erase me from family history. So what's the end game here? You destroy all of us, and then what? I turned away from the window. Then maybe you'll remember I exist. He left without saying goodbye, which seemed appropriate. He'd been leaving me behind his whole life. After he was gone, I called Elisa. How did it go? She asked. He still doesn't get it. He thinks this is about revenge. Isn't it? I looked around my apartment, at all the photographs documenting a lifetime of being invisible. It's about being seen, I said. Finally. The envelope arrived at my studio with no return address. I almost threw it away. Unmarked mail usually meant either bills or crazy fan letters from the exhibition, but something about the handwriting made me pause. Shaky, elderly script that looked familiar. Inside was a single document. Dad's will. but not the version that had been read at the funeral. This one was unsigned, with handwritten notes scrawled in the margins. "Charlotte gets the cabin," was written in Dad's handwriting next to the property distribution section. Below that, in different ink, "She sees what it really is." My hands were shaking as I called Stuart. "I need you to look at something," I said. "Can you meet me at your office?" An hour later, Stuart was examining the document under a magnifying glass while I paced his office. "This is definitely your father's handwriting," he said, "and this is definitely an earlier version of the will. See the date? This was drafted 3 weeks before the version that was probated. So Dad originally left me the cabin? According to this, yes, but this version was never signed or notarized." He pointed to the signature line. "Someone would have had to access this document and create a new version? Who had access to Dad's safe? Family members, presumably. Anyone who knew the combination." I thought about the timeline. Dad had died on a Tuesday. I'd flown in from a photography exhibition in Portland, arriving Wednesday morning. The funeral was Friday. Plenty of time for someone to access the safe and make changes. "Can we prove document tampering?" Stuart shook his head. "Not without the original signed version, and not without proof of who made the changes. This unsigned draft doesn't have legal standing." I stared at the handwritten note. "She sees what it really is." "What did he mean by that?" I asked. "I have no idea." "But someone wanted you to see this document. Someone who had access to it." That evening, I called the one person who might have answers. "Aunt Helen, it's Charlotte." "Oh, honey, I've been following the news about your exhibition. I'm so proud of you for finally speaking up." Aunt Helen was Dad's sister, the only family member who'd ever treated me like I mattered. She lived in Florida now, but she'd been close to Dad before he died. "Helen, I need to ask you something. Did Dad ever talk to you about his will?" "Oh, sweetheart, I was wondering when someone would ask me about that." My heart stopped. "What do you mean?" "Your father called me 2 weeks before he died. He was upset about something. Said he'd discovered Michael and your mother had been going through his papers, pressuring him to change his will." "Pressuring him how?" "They told him you didn't care about the family cabin, that you'd just sell it and move on. They convinced him it would be wasted on you." I sank into my chair. "So he changed it?" "He signed a new version, yes, but he regretted it immediately. He called me the day before he died, crying. Said he'd made a terrible mistake, that you were the only one who really understood what the cabin meant." "What did it mean?" "It was where he taught you photography, honey. All those summers when you were little, before Michael got too cool to visit. Your father said you saw the beauty in that place, the peace. He said Michael just saw dollar signs." I remembered those summers, Dad and me on the dock at sunrise, him showing me how to capture the light on the water, teaching me about composition, patience, the art of waiting for the perfect moment. "Helen, who sent me the unsigned will?" "I did, sweetheart. I found it in your father's desk when I helped clean out his study." "Your mother and Michael had already gone through everything, but they missed the bottom drawer. It was stuck. Why didn't you say something at the time?" "What could I say? The legal will was already signed and notarized, but I thought you should know what your father really wanted." After I hung up, I sat in my studio holding the unsigned will. Dad had wanted me to have the cabin, not because of its value, but because I understood what it represented. All those quiet mornings, just the two of us and our cameras. But Michael and Mom had manipulated him into changing his mind. They'd convinced a dying man that his daughter didn't care about family legacy. I could expose this, add it to the exhibition, show the world how they'd manipulated a grieving, sick old man to get what they wanted. Instead, I walked to my fireplace and struck a match. The unsigned will caught fire quickly, Dad's handwriting disappearing in the flames. "She sees what it really is," burned away last. Elisa found me there an hour later, staring at the ashes. "What did you burn?" she asked. "Evidence?" "Evidence of what?" "That they're even worse than I thought." I turned away from the fireplace. Dad originally left me the cabin. They talked him out of it while he was dying. "Charlotte, that's huge. We could what? Sue them? Drag a dead man's reputation through the mud? Prove that they manipulated a cancer patient? Yes. Exactly that. I shook my head. This isn't about the cabin anymore, Elisa. It never really was. Then what's it about? I looked around my studio, at all the photographs documenting years of exclusion and dismissal, at the evidence of a lifetime spent being invisible. It's about showing them who I really am, what I'm capable of, what they lost when they decided I didn't matter. And burning the will accomplishes that how? Because now they'll never know that I know. They'll never know that I chose not to destroy them completely. I smiled. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is show mercy to people who don't deserve it. Elisa stared at me like I'd lost my mind. You're letting them get away with it. No, I said, walking to my desk where plans for the summer exhibition were spread out. I'm showing them what real power looks like. The plans showed the layout for my lakefront estate. Guest houses, photography workshops, an artist residency program, a place where invisible daughters could come to be seen. They gave Michael a cabin, I said. I'm building a legacy. The drone light show started at sunset. I stood on the deck of my newly constructed main house, watching 300 illuminated drones form patterns over the lake. First my company logo, then shifting geometric shapes that reflected off the water like liquid starlight. This is incredible, Zane said, joining me at the railing. He'd flown in from Silicon Valley for the weekend, along with 40 other photographers, influencers, and media executives I'd invited to the inaugural Warren Studio Estates retreat. Wait until you see the finale, I said. Across the lake, barely visible in the growing darkness, sat my family's cabin. No lights in the windows, no activity on the dock. They'd stopped coming after Memorial Day weekend, once they realized their lake access was permanently blocked. Charlotte, the setup inside is perfect, Elisa called from the sliding door. Everyone's ready for your presentation. The main house had been designed specifically for events like this. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lake. A presentation space that could hold 50 people. Guest suites for visiting artists. Everything the family cabin wasn't. I walked inside to find the room buzzing with conversation. Tech entrepreneurs, fashion photographers, documentary filmmakers, social media strategists, the kind of people who understood the power of authentic storytelling. Ladies and gentlemen, I said, and the room quieted. Welcome to Warren Studio Estates. Applause filled the space. I waited for it to die down before continuing. 6 months ago, I was the invisible daughter. The family disappointment who chose art over stability, New York over hometown loyalty, the one who didn't count. I clicked a remote, and the wall screen displayed the first photo from my Invisible Daughters exhibition. Me at 9, crying while Michael was praised in the background. Tonight, I want to talk about visibility, about what happens when the people who dismissed you realize what you've actually built. The presentation moved through my journey chronologically. The early years of struggle, eating ramen and shooting weddings to pay rent, the breakthrough clients who saw something different in my work, the gradual building of a business empire that nobody in my family knew existed. The cabin inheritance was the final insult, I said, showing a photo of the family at Dad's funeral. But it was also the catalyst. Sometimes you need to be pushed completely out to realize you were never really in. The screen shifted to architectural plans of the estate. Guest houses, workshop spaces, an artist residency program for emerging photographers from underrepresented backgrounds. Warren Studio Estates isn't just a retreat center, it's a statement, a place where invisible daughters can come to be seen. A woman in the front row raised her hand. What's your family's reaction been to all this? I smiled. Let me show you. I clicked to a new slide, a screenshot of Mum's Facebook page from that morning. The post was a rant about ungrateful children and family loyalty, shared with increasingly desperate frequency as her friend list dwindled. My mother has lost 60% of her social media followers since the exhibition opened. My brother's investment firm collapsed after 3 major clients pulled their accounts. My uncle's construction business is struggling because people associate the family name with emotional abuse. Do you feel guilty about that? Someone called out. I feel powerful, I said. For the first time in my life, my actions have consequences for them. They can't dismiss me anymore because I'm not asking for their approval. I'm showing them what they lost. The presentation continued with testimonials from other invisible daughters who'd reached out after the exhibition. Women who'd been overlooked, underestimated, erased from their own family narratives. This is bigger than my personal story, I said. This is about systemic family dynamics that favor certain children over others, about the long-term damage of emotional neglect, about what happens when the dismissed child grows up and finds her voice. As I spoke, I could see my family's cabin through the windows. Dark, abandoned, irrelevant. They'd put it on the market last month, but who wants a lakefront property with no lake access? The final piece of tonight's presentation, I said, is something I call Legacy on Fire. The lights dimmed, and the screen showed a montage of family photos spanning 3 decades. But these weren't the sanitized versions from Christmas cards. These were the real moments, the exclusions, the dismissals, the systematic erasure of a daughter who inconveniently refused to disappear. The final image was a photo I'd taken that morning, the view from my deck, looking across the lake toward the family cabin. The caption read, "This was never about the house. It was about who was allowed inside." As the presentation ended, Dad's voice played from hidden speakers around the room. It was from a recording I'd made during one of our last conversations, when he was teaching me about light and shadow. Photography isn't about capturing what's there, Charlotte. It's about revealing what's been hidden. You have a gift for seeing truth, even when people try to hide it from you. Someday, you'll show them something real. The room was silent for a long moment. Then someone started clapping, and soon everyone was on their feet. "Questions?" I asked. A man near the back raised his hand. "What's next?" "Where do you go from here?" I looked out at the lake, at the lights of my estate reflecting on the water, at the dark cabin across the way where my family used to gather without me. "I keep building," I said. "I keep showing invisible daughters that they matter. I keep proving that the people who dismiss you don't get to define your worth. And your family? They'll watch from across the water. They'll see what they could have been part of if they'd chosen differently." I smiled. Sometimes the best revenge is living well. Very, very well. The applause started again, but I was already thinking about tomorrow's workshop schedule, next month's artist residency applications, the documentary crew coming to film next week. They'd called me invisible for so long. Now they couldn't look away. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in November. I was reviewing applications for the Spring Artist Residency program when Elisa walked into my studio office, carrying a manila envelope. "This came to your New York address," she said, "forwarded from the gallery." The return address made my stomach tighten. Kennedy Warren Rogers. Mum had hyphenated her name after the divorce, trying to distance herself from the Warren family scandal. "Want me to open it?" Elisa asked. "No." "I've got it." Inside was a handwritten letter on cream-coloured stationery, the kind Mum used for thank you notes and formal invitations. Her perfect cursive filled 2 pages. "Charlotte," it began, "I'm writing to ask you to consider taking down the exhibition. It's been 8 months, and the damage to our family has been severe. Michael has moved to Portland and won't speak to any of us. Your Uncle Scott's business failed. I've had to sell the house and move into a small apartment." I kept reading. The letter detailed the family's complete social collapse, friends who no longer returned calls, invitations that stopped coming, the humiliation of being recognized in public as that family from the art exhibition. "I know you're angry," the letter continued. "I know we weren't perfect parents, but this public humiliation has gone too far. You've made your point. Please, I'm begging you to end this." At the bottom of the page was a phone number and a final line. "I'm ready to listen now." I set the letter aside and pulled out a photograph from my desk drawer. It was from Christmas 2019, the last time I'd tried to come home. I was sitting at the kids' table while the adults discussed family business without me. In the background, barely visible, Mum was removing my place setting to make room for Savannah's purse. I'd titled that photo, "Making Room." "What does it say?" Elisa asked. "She wants me to take down the exhibition. Says she's ready to listen." "Are you going to call her?" I looked out the window at the Manhattan street below, people rushing to meetings, chasing deadlines, building lives that mattered to them, all of them visible in their own stories. "No," I said, "but I'm going to send her something." I walked to my filing cabinet and pulled out a contact sheet from my archive. It showed a sequence of photos from my 8th birthday party. In the first frame, I was blowing out candles while the family sang. By the final frame, everyone had moved away to talk among themselves, leaving me alone at the table with my cake. I'd never shown this sequence to anyone. It was too raw, too perfectly symbolic of my entire childhood. I slipped the contact sheet into an envelope, along with a single sentence written on my business card. "This is who I was before I became invisible." "You're not going to respond to her letter?" Elisa asked. I just did. The next morning, I drove up to the lake estate. The November air was crisp, the trees bare, the water still as glass. Perfect conditions for the kind of photography that had made my reputation. I parked at the bench, overlooking the water, and pulled out Dad's old film camera, the same one he'd given me when I was 8, the one that started everything. Across the lake, the family cabin sat empty. A sold sign had appeared on the dock sometime in the past week. New owners would move in soon, people who had no idea about the Warren family drama that had played out on these shores. I loaded a roll of black and white film and started shooting. The morning light on the water, the abandoned dock, the way shadows fell across the empty cabin windows. Through the viewfinder, I saw movement. A car pulling into the cabin's driveway, a woman getting out, looking around uncertainly. It was Mom. She stood by her car for a long moment, staring across the water toward my estate. Even from this distance, I could see her shoulders shaking. She was crying. I lowered the camera and watched her walk to the end of the dock. She sat down heavily, her feet dangling in the water, and pulled something from her purse. My contact sheet. She was holding the photos of my 8th birthday. For 30 minutes, she sat there studying those images. Then she stood up, walked back to her car, and drove away. I never heard from her again. That afternoon, I called the gallery. "I want to add one final piece to the exhibition," I told the curator. "What kind of piece?" I looked at Dad's camera in my hands, then at the lake, where he'd taught me to see light and shadow, truth and beauty. "A self-portrait. Me at the lake, holding my father's camera. I want to call it Visible." "What's the story behind it?" I thought about the little girl who'd been cropped out of family photos, dismissed at dinner tables, erased from funeral slideshows. I thought about the woman who'd built an empire in silence, who'd bought a lake to prove a point, who'd shown the world what emotional neglect looked like. "It's about a daughter who refused to disappear," I said, even when her family wished she would. The exhibition would run indefinitely. The estate would continue hosting retreats for invisible daughters. The Warren family name would forever be associated with the consequences of emotional neglect. And I would keep taking pictures, keep telling stories, keep proving that the people who try to erase you don't get to write your ending. They'd called me invisible for so long, but now, when people heard the name Charlotte Warren, they saw exactly who I was, and I was never going to be invisible again.
The invitation arrived on cream-coloured paper with gold embossing. "You are cordially invited to celebrate the marriage of Bowen and Vivian." At the bottom, in my mother's perfect cursive, P.S. "We've given them the family home as a wedding present. Such a perfect way to start their new life together." I stared at those words until they blurred. 12 years. 12 years since I'd walked away from this town, from this family, from everything I thought I knew about love and loyalty. "My name is Zoe, and I'm about to show my family exactly what happens when you underestimate the wrong person. Mom, are we really going back there? Emery looked up from her book, those sharp green eyes that mirrored my own filled with curiosity rather than concern. At 12, she had already learned to read between the lines of adult conversations. Just for a weekend, sweetheart. Your uncle is getting married. The uncle who doesn't know I exist. I smoothed her dark hair, so much like mine at that age. He knows you exist. He just chose not to be part of your life. The drive to my hometown took 4 hours. 4 hours of watching familiar landscapes roll by, each mile bringing back memories I'd spent years burying. The old oak tree where Bowen and I used to climb, the gas station where I worked nights during college, the bank where I'd begged for extensions on mortgage payments while my parents pretended everything was fine. The wedding was exactly what I expected. Country club elegance, 300 guests, and my parents playing the role of gracious hosts while their son married a woman who looked like she'd stepped off Instagram. Vivian was beautiful in that polished way that screamed money and careful maintenance. Zoe! My mother's voice carried across the reception hall, dripping with the kind of false warmth she reserved for public appearances. Everyone, this is my daughter. She's a nanny. The way she said it made it sound like a communicable disease. How wonderful, someone murmured. You must love working with children. I smiled. I do. Children are honest. They don't pretend to be something they're not. My father appeared at my mother's elbow, his politician's smile firmly in place. Zoe, you look well, and this must be Emery. Emery extended her hand with the poise I'd taught her. Nice to meet you, sir. Sir. Not grandfather. The distinction wasn't lost on anyone. We should catch up, my father said, though his eyes were already scanning the room for more important conversations. Maybe you could visit the old house sometime. Bowen and Vivian are so excited to make it their own. Their own. The house I'd saved from foreclosure when I was 23 and pregnant, working 3 jobs while they took a cruise to celebrate their anniversary. The house where I'd scraped wallpaper and painted walls and fixed leaky faucets because we couldn't afford contractors. The house they'd promised would always be home. That sounds lovely, I said. Bowen found me during the cake cutting. He looked good. Expensive suit, confident smile, the golden boy who'd never had to fight for anything. Zoe. He hugged me awkwardly. Thanks for coming. I wasn't sure you would. Wouldn't miss it. The house looks beautiful in the photos. His chest puffed with pride. We're going to renovate the kitchen first. Vivian has amazing taste. I'm sure she does. You always did like pretty things. Something flickered in his expression, but Vivian appeared before he could respond, all silk and diamonds and nervous energy. You must be Zoe. I've heard so much about you. She hadn't, but politeness demanded the lie. Your daughter is absolutely gorgeous. She looks just like you. Thank you. She's my world. I hope we can be friends, Vivian said, and for a moment her mask slipped. Underneath the perfection, I saw something familiar. Fear. The kind that comes from never feeling quite good enough. The reception ended with promises to stay in touch that none of us meant. Emery and I drove to our hotel in comfortable silence, past the old neighborhood where I'd grown up. Past the house that had been mine to save, but never mine to keep. There it is, I said softly, as we passed the familiar white colonial with its wraparound porch and ancient maple tree. It's smaller than I imagined, Emery said. I was about to respond when I saw them. 3 massive moving trucks pulling into the driveway next door. The mansion that had been empty for years, the one with the iron gates and the circular drive and the price tag that made even wealthy people whistle. I pulled over and watched as workers began unloading furniture. Expensive furniture. My furniture. Emery followed my gaze. Mom, whose house is that? I stepped out of the car and walked to the ornate front gate, my heels clicking on the cobblestone drive. The workers nodded respectfully as I approached my own front door, key already in my hand. From across the street, I could see my family gathered on the porch of their wedding gift, watching in stunned silence as I unlocked the door to the $12.4 million estate they'd never known I owned. I turned and waved. The doorbell rang at 7:30 the next morning. Through the security camera, I watched Vivian pace on my front steps, designer workout clothes perfectly coordinated, coffee cup trembling in her manicured hands. "Hi," she said when I opened the door. "I hope I'm not bothering you. I brought coffee. Well, I brought myself coffee, but I can make you some. Do you have a coffee maker? Of course you have a coffee maker. This place probably has 3. Vivian, good morning. I couldn't sleep. I kept looking out the window at your house. Houses. House. This. House. She gestured wildly at the marble foyer behind me. Bowen doesn't know I'm here. Come in. She followed me to the kitchen, her eyes darting everywhere. The custom cabinets, the professional-grade appliances, the breakfast nook with its view of the gardens. This is insane, she whispered. What do you... I run a childcare consultancy. Like babysitting. Like, I place and train nannies for celebrities, politicians, and Fortune 500 executives. I also consult on child development, family dynamics, and crisis management. She stared at me. That's a thing? When your client list includes A-listers who pay 6 figures for discretion and expertise, yes, it's a thing. Emery wandered in wearing pajamas and bedhead. Morning, Mom. We have a visitor. This is Vivian. She married Uncle Bowen yesterday. Oh. Emery poured herself orange juice. Congratulations. Nice dress yesterday. Thank you, sweetie. You looked beautiful too. Thanks. Mom, can I explore the 3rd floor today? After breakfast. And stay out of the rooms we haven't cleared yet. Vivian's coffee cup rattled against the granite countertop. 3rd floor? The house has 4 floors plus the basement, Emery said matter-of-factly. Mom says we'll probably only use half of it. After Emery left for her exploration, Vivian leaned forward. I need to ask you something, and please don't think I'm being nosy. Go ahead. Are you rich? Like, really rich? Define really rich. Like, buy a small country rich or just buy a nice car rich? Somewhere in between. She buried her face in her hands. Oh, God. Your parents have no idea, do they? None. Bowen keeps talking about how we need to be careful with money. He's been stressed about the property taxes on your old house. He thought they were included in the gift. I refilled my coffee cup. They weren't. How much are we talking? For the back taxes? About 40,000. For the annual going forward? About 15. The colour drained from her face. We don't have that. I figured. You figured? How could you figure? Bowen's a financial analyst at a mid-tier firm. You work part-time at a boutique. The house is worth about 400,000. The math isn't complicated. She was quiet for a long moment. Your parents took out a second mortgage to pay for our wedding. I know. How do you know? I make it my business to know things that might affect my family. But we're not your family. You said so yourself yesterday. You've been gone 12 years. I set down my cup. Vivian, can I give you some advice? Please. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. My parents showed me who they were when I was 23, pregnant, and desperate. They chose appearances over support, judgment over love. They haven't changed. But Bowen was 21 when I left. He had every opportunity to reach out, to know his niece, to be part of our lives. He chose not to. Tears welled in her eyes. I thought I was marrying into stability. My family is a mess. Addictions, bankruptcy, drama. Bowen seemed so together, so responsible. He is responsible for himself. The house needs work. The roof leaks, the furnace is ancient, and there's something wrong with the electrical in the master bedroom. Bowen says we'll figure it out, but I can see him panicking. What do you want from me, Vivian? I don't know. Advice? Help? I'm drowning here, and I've been married for exactly 18 hours. The doorbell rang again. Through the window, I saw Bowen's BMW in the driveway. That's my husband, Vivian said, panic creeping into her voice. So? He told me not to bother you. You're not bothering me. Bowen's knock was sharp, impatient. When I opened the door, he was already talking. Viv, what are you doing here? I told you to leave Zoe alone. He looked past me into the house, his expression shifting from annoyance to awe. Jesus Christ, Zoe, this place is massive. Good morning, Bowen. How long have you lived here? I bought it 3 years ago. Bought it? With what money? Vivian appeared behind me. She runs a business, honey. A successful one. What kind of business? The kind that pays for houses like this, I said. He stepped inside without being invited, his eyes cataloguing everything, the artwork, the furniture, the obvious expense of it all. This doesn't make sense. You're a nanny. I'm a lot of things. But how? Bowen. My voice cut through his questions. Is there something you need? He looked between Vivian and me, suspicion replacing wonder. I need my wife to come home. We have things to discuss. Of course. Vivian squeezed my hand. Thank you for the coffee and the advice. As they walked toward the door, Bowen turned back. We should have dinner sometime. Catch up properly. That sounds lovely. After they left, I found Emery in the library, curled up with a book. They seem stressed, she observed. They are. About money? Among other things. She looked up at me with those two wise eyes. Are you going to help them? What makes you think they need help? The same thing that makes you think they do. Smart girl. Too smart sometimes. We'll see, sweetheart. We'll see. Carmen arrived Tuesday morning with a briefcase full of documents and her trademark no-nonsense attitude. We'd been friends since college, back when she was pre-law and I was supposedly pre-med, before life took us both in different directions. You look good, she said, settling into my home office. Revenge suits you. I haven't done anything yet. Please, you bought the mansion next door to your childhood home. That's not coincidence. That's strategy. She opened her briefcase. I pulled everything you asked for. Your brother is screwed. How screwed? Foreclosure in 6 months screwed. The property taxes alone are 15 grand annually, and they're already 3 years behind. Add the second mortgage your parents took out, and we're looking at about 90,000 in total debt against a house worth maybe 400. And the deed? Carmen's smile was sharp. That's where it gets interesting. I found something in your grandmother's estate papers. She slid a folder across the desk. Inside was a copy of a trust document dated 6 months before my grandmother died. She transferred ownership to you when you were 25. Quietly. Your parents never knew. I stared at the papers. That's impossible. They gave the house to Bowen. They gave him a house they didn't own. Legally, you've been the owner for 10 years. The room felt like it was spinning. Why didn't anyone tell me? Look at the trustee signature. Your grandmother's lawyer died 2 years ago. His firm was dissolved. The paperwork got buried in probate archives. So, Bowen and Vivian are living in my house. Technically, yes. But here's the thing. They've been paying the utilities, doing maintenance, treating it as their primary residence. You could have a legal battle on your hands if you try to claim it now. Or you let them keep digging their own grave. They can't afford it, Zoe. The math doesn't work. They'll lose it within the year, and when they do, I can buy it back for pennies on the dollar. Exactly. After Carmen left, I decided to tackle the storage room in the basement. The previous owners had left behind decades of accumulated junk, and I'd been slowly sorting through it. Most of it was garbage, but sometimes I found interesting pieces. That's when I found the mirror. It was wrapped in old blankets, shoved behind a stack of paint cans. When I unwrapped it, my breath caught. The ornate silver frame was unmistakable. It had hung in my bedroom for 18 years. The mirror my mother claimed was lost when they redecorated after I left. Someone had painted over the glass with cheap white paint, but I could see my reflection ghosting through the thin coating. I ran my fingers along the frame, remembering how I used to practice speeches in front of it, how I'd gotten ready for prom, how I'd stared at my pregnant belly and wondered if I was making the right choice. Mom. Emery's voice came from the top of the basement stairs. Someone's here to see you. I climbed the stairs to find my mother standing in my foyer, holding a small paper bag. Meredith, this is unexpected. You forgot Emery's lunch yesterday. She held up the bag. I thought I'd drop it by. Emery took her lunch yesterday. Oh, well, I made extra sandwiches anyway. She was lying, and we both knew it. Her eyes were already scanning the room, taking inventory. Would you like some coffee? That would be lovely. I led her to the kitchen, watching as she catalogued every detail. The Sub-Zero refrigerator, the marble countertops, the fresh flowers I had delivered weekly. This is quite a place, she said, settling into a chair. How do you afford it? I work. As a nanny? As a business owner? She laughed, the sound sharp and dismissive. Zoe, sweetheart, you don't need to pretend with me. I know you've done well for yourself, but this... She gestured around the kitchen. This is serious money. Yes, it is. So, how do you really afford it? Did you marry someone wealthy? Are you getting help from Emery's father? I earned it. Doing what, exactly? I told you. I run a childcare consultancy. For celebrities, yes, Vivian mentioned that. But consultants don't live in $12 million houses. I set her coffee down carefully. Some do. She was quiet for a moment, studying me. You've changed. People do. You used to be so soft, so eager to please. I grew up. Is that what you call it? Her voice carried the old edge, the one that used to make me shrink into myself. Running away when things got difficult? Keeping your daughter from her family? I kept my daughter from people who made it clear she wasn't wanted. That's not fair. Isn't it? When I told you I was pregnant, what did you say? She shifted in her chair. I was concerned about your future. You said I was throwing my life away. You said no decent man would want me with another man's baby. You said I was selfish and stupid and that I'd ruined everything. I was trying to help you see reason. And when I kept the baby anyway? When I needed support? We offered to help with adoption arrangements. You offered to make my problem disappear. She stood up abruptly. I should go. Thank you for the coffee. Of course. As she walked toward the door, she paused at the entrance to my living room. That's a beautiful painting. Is it original? Yes. And those sculptures? Also original. She turned back to me, something calculating in her expression. Zoe, I hope you know that despite everything, we're still family. If you ever need anything, or if there's anything you can do to help us. Help you with what? Oh, nothing specific. Just family should look out for each other. After she left, I found Emery in the kitchen, eating the sandwich from the bag my mother had brought. Grandma seems nice, she said carefully. She can be. She was looking through your mail. I turned to stare at her. What? When you went to get coffee cups, she picked up those papers on the counter and read them. The papers. Carmen's research on the house next door, the tax documents, the foreclosure timeline. Are you sure? She took pictures with her phone. I looked at my 12-year-old daughter, so observant, so protective. Thank you for telling me. Are we in trouble? No, sweetheart, we're not in trouble. But someone was. Bowen showed up Thursday evening without calling first. I watched him through the security camera, pacing on my front steps, running his hands through his hair. He'd loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves, the universal uniform of a man under pressure. We need to talk, he said when I opened the door. Hello to you too. Can I come in? I stepped aside. He walked past me into the foyer, then stopped and stared up at the crystal chandelier hanging from the 20-foot ceiling. Jesus, Zoe! This place is like a museum. Thank you? That wasn't a compliment. He followed me to the living room, his eyes darting from the original artwork to the antique furniture to the view of the gardens through floor-to-ceiling windows. Sit down, I said. You look like you're about to pass out. He perched on the edge of my sofa like he was afraid he might break it. I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Okay. How much money do you have? That's a very personal question. I'm your brother. Are you? Because for the past 12 years, you've acted like I don't exist. He flinched. That's not fair. Isn't it? When's Emery's birthday, Bowen? What does that have to do with anything? When is your niece's birthday? He was quiet for a long moment. I don't know. October 15th. She'll be 13 this year. She plays violin, speaks 3 languages, and wants to be a marine biologist. She's never had a birthday card from her uncle. Zoe, I'm sorry, okay? I should have reached out. I should have been better. But right now, I need your help. What kind of help? He pulled out his phone and showed me a document. I need you to co-sign a loan. For how much? 200,000. I nearly choked on my water. $200,000? It's not as bad as it sounds. The house is collateral. It's a solid investment. Bowen, the house isn't worth 200,000 in equity. How do you know what it's worth? Because I'm not an idiot. You're asking me to co-sign a loan that's bigger than the house's total value. That's not investment. That's desperation. His face flushed red. You don't understand the situation. Then explain it to me. He stood up and started pacing. The property taxes are higher than we expected, and there are some repairs that can't wait. The roof, the electrical, the plumbing. It's all original from the 70s. How much are the back taxes? That's not your concern. It is if you want me to co-sign a loan. He stopped pacing. 43,000. And the annual going forward? 15. So you need 60,000 for taxes, maybe another 50 for repairs. What's the other 90,000 for? Living expenses. Vivian's not working right now, and my salary doesn't cover everything. Your salary doesn't cover a mortgage-free house? It's not that simple. There are other debts. What other debts? Credit cards, the wedding, Mom and Dad's loan. I set down my water glass. What loan? They took out a second mortgage to pay for the wedding. 50,000. I'm supposed to pay them back. So, let me get this straight. You want me to co-sign a $200,000 loan so you can pay off credit cards, wedding debt, and a loan your parents took out without telling you. When you put it like that, it sounds bad. It is bad, Bowen. It's financial suicide. He slammed his hand on the coffee table. Easy for you to say. You're sitting in your mansion judging me while I'm drowning. I'm not judging you. I'm trying to understand how you got into this mess. You want to know how? I'll tell you how. I spent my 20s working my ass off, building a career, being the responsible one while you ran away and played house with some random guy's baby. The room went very quiet. Excuse me? You heard me. You got knocked up, disappeared for 12 years, and now you show up in your fancy house acting like you're better than us. I am better than you. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Right. Because you're rich now. Because you live in a big house and drive expensive cars. No. Because I don't ask people I've ignored for 12 years to co-sign loans I can't afford. You're just a nanny, Zoe. You live off other people's kids, other people's problems. You're a professional babysitter who got lucky. I stood up slowly. Get out. What? Get out of my house. Zoe, come on. I didn't mean... Yes, you did. You meant every word. I walked to the front door and opened it. You want to know what I do for a living? I fix broken families. I teach parents how to communicate with their children. I help people who've lost their way find their footing again. He followed me to the door, his anger deflating into desperation. Please, I'm begging you. We're going to lose everything. You already have. What's that supposed to mean? It means you chose to see me as less than, as someone who didn't matter, as someone who wasn't worth your time or attention. And now you want me to save you from the consequences of your choices. I'll pay you back, with interest. With what money? You just told me you can't afford the house you're living in. I'll figure it out. No, you won't. Because you don't figure things out, Bowen. You expect other people to figure them out for you. He stepped onto the porch, then turned back. This isn't over. Yes, it is. Mom and Dad won't let us lose the house. Mom and Dad don't have the money to save you. They mortgaged their retirement to pay for your wedding, remember? The color drained from his face. How do you know that? I know lots of things. I know you're 3 years behind on property taxes. I know your credit cards are maxed out. I know Vivian's been crying herself to sleep because she's scared you're going to blame her for the mess you're in. You don't know anything. I know you're going to lose the house within 6 months. I know you're going to try to blame everyone except yourself. And I know that when it's all over, you're going to expect forgiveness you haven't earned from people you've never respected. He stared at me for a long moment. You've changed. Yes, I have. You used to be kind. I'm still kind, just not to people who mistake kindness for weakness. After he left, I found Emery sitting on the stairs, her violin case beside her. How much did you hear? Enough. She stood up and hugged me. Are you okay? I'm fine, sweetheart. He seemed really angry. He's scared people say things they don't mean. Did he mean it? I looked down at my daughter, this beautiful, brilliant girl who'd never known a day without love and support and encouragement. Some of it, but that says more about him than it does about me. Good, she said. Because you're the best mom in the world, and if he can't see that, he's stupid. Out of the mouths of babes. The "For Sale" sign went up on a Tuesday morning. I watched from my office window as the real estate agent hammered it into the front yard of my childhood home, then took photos from different angles for the listing. My phone buzzed with a text from Carmen. Saw the listing. 389K. They're desperate. Within an hour, Vivian was at my door. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her usual perfect makeup smudged. Can I come in? Please. I led her to the kitchen and put the kettle on. She collapsed into a chair like her strings had been cut. He listed it without telling me, she said. I woke up this morning and there was a stranger in my yard with a camera. I'm sorry. Are you? Because you don't seem surprised. I'm not. She laughed bitterly. Of course you're not. You probably knew this was coming before we did. Vivian? No, it's fine. I get it now. You've been watching us fail this whole time, haven't you? Like some kind of science experiment. I poured hot water over tea bags, choosing my words carefully. I've been watching my family repeat the same patterns they've always repeated. Which patterns? Making promises they can't keep, taking on responsibilities they can't handle, expecting other people to fix their mistakes. She was quiet for a moment. Bowen thinks you're playing games with us. What kind of games? He says it's suspicious that you moved back right when we're having money problems. He thinks you're enjoying this. Am I enjoying watching my brother's marriage fall apart? No. But you're not helping either. What would you like me to do? Buy the house. I set her tea down. Excuse me? Buy it from us? Pay off our debts. Let us start fresh somewhere else. For how much? Whatever it's worth. We just need enough to get out from under everything. And then what? You and Bowen move somewhere cheaper and live happily ever after? Maybe. I don't know. I just know we can't stay here. Why not? She gestured toward the window, toward my house. Because every day I wake up and see what you've built, and I realize how small our life is. How small Bowen is. Vivian. He's not who I thought he was, Zoe. When we were dating, he seemed so confident, so together. But the minute things got difficult, he fell apart. He blames everyone except himself. What do you want from me? I want you to tell me what to do. Before I could answer, my phone rang. Carmen's name flashed on the screen. I need to take this. Zoe! Carmen's voice was excited. I've been monitoring the listing. 3 offers came in this morning. Already? It's priced to sell, but here's the interesting part. All 3 offers are from the same shell company. What shell company? I'm still tracking it down, but the paperwork is deliberately obscure. Someone really doesn't want their identity known. After I hung up, Vivian was staring at me. Bad news? There are already offers on the house. Her face crumpled. That was fast. The price is attractive. So we're really losing it. Looks that way. She buried her face in her hands. My parents are going to be so disappointed. I told them Bowen was stable, that he had his life together. What's your family like? Chaos. My dad's an alcoholic. My mom's been married 4 times. I have 2 half-sisters I barely know and a brother in rehab. When I met Bowen, I thought I was escaping all that. But you weren't. No. I was just trading one kind of dysfunction for another. The front door opened and Emery called out. Mom, I'm home. She appeared in the kitchen, still in her school uniform, backpack slung over one shoulder. Hi, Vivian. You look sad. I am sad, sweetie. Why? Vivian glanced at me, then back at Emery. Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes that are hard to fix. What kind of mistakes? Money mistakes, marriage mistakes, life mistakes. Emery sat down at the table. Mom says mistakes are just learning opportunities in disguise. Your mom is very wise. She is. She's also really good at fixing things. Is she? She fixed Mrs. Patterson's marriage last year, and she helped Mr. Rodriguez get his kids back after his divorce, and she found homes for 3 families when their company went bankrupt. Vivian looked at me with new interest. Is that true? Part of my job involves crisis management. For families? For families, individuals, anyone who needs help navigating difficult situations. Could you help us? Help you how? I don't know, but Emery's right. You're good at fixing things. After Vivian left, I called Carmen back. I want you to make an offer on the house. Which house? My childhood home. The one Bowen listed. For how much? Whatever it takes to outbid everyone else. Zoe, are you sure about this? I'm sure. What's your plan? I don't have one yet. That's not like you. I know. That evening, Emery found me in my office, staring out the window at the house next door. You're going to buy it, aren't you? She said. Maybe. Why? I'm not sure yet. Is it because you want to help Uncle Bowen and Vivian? Partly. What's the other part? I looked at my daughter, this wise little person who saw everything and judged nothing. The other part is that I want to prove something. To who? To myself. Maybe. To them. I don't know. What do you want to prove? That I'm not just a nanny. That I'm not someone who can be dismissed or ignored or treated like I don't matter. She climbed onto my lap, something she rarely did anymore at 12. You matter to me, she said. I know, sweetheart. And you matter to your clients, and to Carmen, and to all the people you've helped. I know. So maybe you don't need to prove anything to people who already made up their minds about you. Smart girl. Too smart. Maybe you're right. I usually am. The next morning, I got a call from the real estate agent. My anonymous offer had been accepted. The house was mine. Now I just had to figure out what to do with it. The pounding on my door started at 11 p.m. Through the security camera, I could see my father standing on the porch, his face red with anger or alcohol or both. Open the door, Zoe. We need to talk. I wrapped my robe tighter and unlocked the deadbolt. He pushed past me into the foyer, bringing the smell of whiskey and desperation with him. You bought it, he said without preamble. You bought the house. Good evening to you too, Dad. Don't play games with me. The realtor called. Some anonymous buyer outbid everyone else. Cash offer, no inspection, closing in 2 weeks. Congratulations. Bowen must be relieved. It was you. Was it? He stepped closer, and I could see the broken blood vessels in his eyes, the way his hands shook slightly. What's your game here, Zoe? I don't have a game. Bullshit. You disappear for 12 years, then show up in a mansion, then buy your brother's house out from under him. That's not coincidence. Maybe I just like the neighborhood. You want to destroy this family. This family destroyed itself long before I got here. He laughed, but it sounded more like a bark. Right. Poor little Zoe, the victim. Do you have any idea what you've put us through? What I've put you through? Your mother cried for months after you left. Months. She blamed herself. She should have. You were 23 years old, pregnant and stupid. We were trying to help you. By telling me I was worthless, by saying no man would ever want me, by suggesting I give away my baby, by trying to save you from ruining your life. My life isn't ruined, Dad. Look around. He gestured wildly at the marble floors, the crystal chandelier, the obvious wealth surrounding us. This is all fake. You're living beyond your means, probably drowning in debt, trying to impress people who don't matter. Is that what you tell yourself? I know you, Zoe. You were always a dreamer, always reaching for things that were out of your league. Like what? Like medical school. Like thinking you could save the house when you were barely out of college. Like thinking you could raise a child alone. I did raise a child alone. And I did save the house. Your mother and I saved the house. No, you didn't. I worked 3 jobs. I negotiated with the bank. I scraped together every payment while you and Mom took cruises. We had already planned that trip. You had already planned to let your daughter handle your financial crisis while you sipped cocktails in the Caribbean. His face was getting redder. You don't understand the pressure we were under. I was 23 and pregnant, and working 60 hours a week to save your house. I understand pressure. That was different. How? Because you were young, you could handle it. And you couldn't? We had reputations to maintain, social obligations. Your mother's garden club, my position at the firm. So you let your pregnant daughter sacrifice her health and her future to maintain your social standing. We didn't let you do anything. You chose to help. I chose to help because I thought family meant something. I thought if I proved myself, if I showed you how capable I was, you'd finally see me as worthy of your love and respect. We always loved you. No, you didn't. You loved the idea of me. The version of me that would go to medical school and marry a doctor and give you grandchildren you could show off at the country club. There's nothing wrong with wanting success for your child. There's everything wrong with withdrawing love when they choose a different path. He was quiet for a moment, swaying slightly on his feet. So, what now? You bought the house? What's your plan? I don't have a plan. Bullshit. I bought it because I could. Because when I was 23 and desperate, no one helped me. And now I'm 35 and successful, and I can help myself. You're going to evict them. Am I? You're going to throw your brother and his wife out on the street. Like you threw me out? We never threw you out. You made it clear I wasn't welcome. You made it clear my child wasn't welcome. You made it clear that my choices had consequences, and one of those consequences was losing my family. That's not how it happened. That's exactly how it happened. The front door opened, and my mother appeared, still in her nightgown and slippers. Dwayne, what are you doing here? Talking to our daughter about the house. You're drunk. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're embarrassing yourself. She looked at me with something that might have been shame. I'm sorry, Zoe. He's been drinking since the realtor called. It's fine, Mom. No, it's not fine. Nothing about this is fine. She grabbed my father's arm. Come on, we're going home. I'm not done talking. Yes, you are. As they walked toward the door, my mother turned back. Zoe, I know you probably hate us. I don't hate you. Then what? I'm disappointed in you. She flinched like I'd slapped her. That's worse, isn't it? Yeah. It is. After they left, I found Emery sitting at the top of the stairs in her pajamas. How much did you hear? All of it. She came down and hugged me. Are you okay? I'm tired. Are you really going to kick Uncle Bowen out of the house? I don't know. Do you want to? I looked at my daughter, this person I'd raised to be kind and thoughtful and fair, even when the world wasn't fair to her. Part of me does. What does the other part want? The other part wants to be better than they are. You are better than they are. Am I? Because right now I feel pretty vindictive. Mom, can I tell you something? Always. When I was little, I used to wonder why we didn't have grandparents like other kids, why we didn't have family dinners or Christmas mornings with lots of people. I'm sorry about that. I'm not, because I got to see how strong you are. I got to see what it looks like when someone builds their own family, their own life, their own success, and I got to see what real love looks like. What does real love look like? Like you. Like the way you've never made me feel like a burden or a mistake. Like the way you've always made me feel wanted and valued and important. I hugged her tighter. You are wanted and valued and important. I know. And that's because of you, not because of them. So what do you think I should do about the house? I think you should do whatever makes you proud of yourself when you look in the mirror. Smart girl. Too smart for her own good. I love you, sweetheart. I love you too, Mom, and whatever you decide, I'll support you. Even if I'm vindictive? Especially if you're vindictive. They deserve it. Maybe she was right. Maybe they did deserve it. The question was, what did I deserve? I called the meeting for Saturday afternoon. The message I sent was simple. Family meeting at my house. 2 p.m. We need to discuss the house situation. They all came. Even Bowen, who'd been avoiding me since our fight. I watched from my office window as they gathered on my front porch. My parents whispering urgently to each other. Bowen pacing. Vivian standing apart from the group like she didn't quite belong. I opened the door before they could knock. Thank you all for coming. Let's sit in the courtyard. The back courtyard was my favourite part of the house. Stone pathways winding between flower beds, a fountain in the centre, wrought iron furniture arranged under ancient oak trees. It was beautiful and peaceful and completely intimidating, which was exactly what I wanted. They settled into chairs like they were afraid to touch anything. Emery appeared from the house, carrying a tray of iced tea. I thought everyone might be thirsty, she said politely, setting glasses in front of each person. Thank you, sweetheart, my mother said. You're very thoughtful. Mom taught me that hospitality is important, even when you're having difficult conversations. Emery disappeared back into the house, but I knew she was listening from the kitchen window. She'd positioned herself there deliberately. So, my father said, clearing his throat. I assume this is about the house. It is. The buyer wants to close in 2 weeks, Bowen said. We need to start packing. Actually, we need to talk about something else first. I pulled out the folder Carmen had prepared. Copies of the trust documents, the deed transfer, the legal paperwork that had been buried for 10 years. I found something interesting in Grandma's estate papers. My mother leaned forward. What kind of something? A trust document, dated 6 months before she died. I slid copies across the table to each of them, watched their faces as they read, watched understanding dawn, then confusion, then something that looked like fear. This can't be right, my father said. It's right. Grandma transferred ownership of the house to me when I was 25, quietly, without telling anyone. That's impossible, Bowen said. Mom and Dad gave me the house. Mom and Dad gave you a house they didn't legally own. The silence stretched between us. A bird chirped in the oak tree above our heads. The fountain bubbled peacefully. You've known about this the whole time, my mother said finally. No, I found out this week. Bullshit, Bowen said. You planned this. You moved back here knowing you owned the house. I moved back here because I wanted to come home. I bought the mansion because I could afford it. I discovered the trust documents by accident. So, what happens now? Vivian asked quietly. Now, we deal with the truth. Which is what? My father demanded. The truth is that Grandma saw what you were doing to me. She saw how you treated me when I got pregnant. how you made me feel worthless and unwanted, and she decided to protect me the only way she could. She had no right, my mother said. She had every right. It was her house. We took care of her for years. We were the ones who... You were the ones who put her in a nursing home and visited twice a month. That's not fair. Fair? I stood up, the folder still in my hands. You want to talk about fair? Let me tell you what's fair. I walked to the centre of the courtyard, where they could all see me clearly. Fair would have been supporting your daughter when she needed you most. Fair would have been helping with the house payments instead of taking cruises. Fair would have been welcoming your granddaughter instead of pretending she didn't exist. Zoe, my father started. I'm not finished. Fair would have been acknowledging that I saved your house, that I sacrificed my health and my future to keep you from losing everything. Instead, you gave it away like it meant nothing, like I meant nothing. We thought we were doing what was best, my mother said. For who? For Bowen? For yourselves? Because it sure as hell wasn't what was best for me. Bowen stood up, his face red with anger. So what's your plan? Kick us out? Make us homeless? You're not homeless. You have options. What options? You can rent the house from me, market rate, month to month. We can't afford market rate. Then you can move somewhere you can afford. This is our home. No, it's my home. It's been my home for 10 years. You've been living there as my tenants without knowing it. Vivian spoke up. What's market rate? $2,500 a month. Bowen laughed bitterly. We can't afford that. Then I guess you'll need to make some changes. What kind of changes? Get a better job. Have Vivian work full-time. Sell your BMW. Live within your means. You're enjoying this, he said. Am I? Because watching my family fall apart doesn't feel particularly enjoyable. Then why are you doing it? Because you said I didn't need the house. You said I was just a nanny. You said I didn't matter. The words hung in the air between us. So, I decided to show you exactly how much I don't need it, and exactly how much I do matter. My father cleared his throat. What do you want from us, Zoe? I want you to acknowledge what you did. I want you to admit that you were wrong. And if we do, then maybe we can figure out how to be a family again. And if we don't? I looked at each of them. My parents, who'd chosen pride over love. My brother, who'd chosen comfort over responsibility. Vivian, who was just trying to survive the wreckage of other people's choices. Then you have 30 days to find somewhere else to live. Bowen stood up so fast his chair fell over. You can't do this. I can. And I will. Mom, Dad, say something. But my parents were staring at the legal documents, finally understanding that their daughter, the one they'd dismissed and underestimated, held all the cards. We need time to think, my father said finally. You have until the end of the month. As they filed out of the courtyard, Vivian hung back. Can I talk to you? Alone? After the others left, she sat back down. I'm leaving him, she said. Vivian. I can't do this anymore. The lies, the debt, the way he blames everyone except himself. I thought I was marrying a grown man, but I married a child. Where will you go? I don't know. My family's a mess. I don't have much money saved. She looked up at me. You said you might need help with your business. I might. I'm good with people. I'm organized. I learn fast. And I'm desperate enough to work for whatever you can pay me. I studied her face, the exhaustion, the hope, the quiet determination. We can talk about it. Thank you. After she left, Emery appeared beside me. How do you feel? She asked. Tired, sad, angry, relieved. All at the same time? All at the same time. Do you think they'll apologize? I don't know. Do you think you'll forgive them if they do? I looked at my daughter, this wise little person who'd grown up watching me navigate impossible choices. I don't know that either. That's okay. You don't have to know everything right now. When did you get so smart? I had a good teacher. We stood together in the courtyard, surrounded by the life I'd built from nothing, watching the sun set over the house where I'd learned that love was conditional and family was fragile. But I'd also learned that I was stronger than they'd ever imagined, and sometimes that was enough. The apology came on a Tuesday morning, delivered by my mother in an envelope with my name written in her careful script. Zoe. Your father and I have spent the weekend talking. We were wrong about everything. We let our pride and our fears make us into people we don't recognize. We failed you when you needed us most, and we failed Emery by never giving her the chance to know her grandparents. We don't expect forgiveness. We just wanted you to know that we see our mistakes now. Love. Mom, I found Emery in the kitchen, making pancakes for breakfast. Grandma dropped off a letter, she said, without looking up from the stove. You saw her? She was sitting in her car in the driveway for like 20 minutes before she got the courage to ring the doorbell. When I answered, she just handed me the envelope and left. What do you think about that? Emery flipped a pancake with the precision of someone who'd been cooking for herself since she was 8. I think she's scared of you now. Good or bad scared? Good scared, the kind that makes you realize you messed up. The doorbell rang again. This time it was Bowen, looking like he hadn't slept in days. Can we talk? I led him to the living room. He sat on the edge of the sofa, hands clasped between his knees. Vivian left me. I know. She took half our savings and moved into that extended stay hotel on 5th Street. I'm sorry. Are you? 'Cause she's working for you now. She asked for a job. I gave her one. Doing what? Client relations. She's good with people, and she understands what it's like to feel trapped in a situation you can't control. He was quiet for a moment. I read Mom's letter. She showed it to me before she brought it over. And? And she's right. We were wrong. All of us. Okay. That's it? Just okay? What do you want me to say, Bowen? I want you to tell me how to fix this. You can't fix 12 years of neglect with an apology. So what then? We just pretend we're not family. We are family. But family isn't just blood. It's showing up. It's being there when things get hard. It's choosing to love someone even when they make choices you don't understand. I know that now. Do you? Because 3 weeks ago you called me just a nanny and said I was living off other people's problems. He flinched. I was angry and scared and you showed me who you really are. People can change. Can they? Because I've been waiting 35 years for this family to change. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the house next door. I can't afford to rent it from you. I know. So, you're kicking us out. I'm giving you a choice. Find a way to afford it, or find somewhere else to live. That's not really a choice. It's the same choice you gave me 12 years ago. Figure it out, or leave. That's different. How? You were young. You could start over. I was 23 and pregnant with no money and no support system. If I could start over then, you can start over now. He turned back to me. What if I got a better job? What if I proved I could be responsible? Then you'd be proving it to yourself, not to me. Would you consider lowering the rent? Would you consider acknowledging that I saved this family's house when I was barely out of college? Yes. Would you consider apologizing to your niece for 12 years of birthdays and Christmases and school plays you missed? Yes. Would you consider admitting that you've spent your entire adult life expecting other people to solve your problems? His shoulders sagged. Yes. Then we can talk about rent. That evening, I found myself in the old house for the first time in 12 years. Bowen had given me the key, and I'd walked through the rooms where I'd grown up, seeing them with adult eyes. The kitchen where my mother had taught me to cook, the living room where we'd watched movies on Friday nights, my old bedroom, now painted a different colour, but still holding the ghost of who I used to be. Emery found me there, sitting on the floor of what had been my room. It's smaller than I imagined, she said, settling beside me. Everything from childhood is. Are you sad? A little, but not the way I thought I'd be. What way are you sad? I'm sad for the girl who lived here, the one who thought she had to earn love by being perfect. But you're not sad for us? No, sweetheart, I'm proud of us. She leaned against my shoulder. What are you going to do with this place? I have an idea. Want to hear it? Always. I want to turn it into a transitional home for single mothers, a place where women can stay while they get back on their feet, where their kids can have stability while their mums figure things out. Like what you did for us. Like what I wished someone had done for us. I love it. Yeah. Yeah. It's perfect. We sat in comfortable silence, mother and daughter, in the room where I'd once been so desperate to escape. Mom? Do you think Uncle Bowen will figure it out? I think he'll try. Whether he succeeds is up to him. And Grandma and Grandpa? I think they're finally starting to understand what they lost. Do you forgive them? I considered the question, feeling the weight of 12 years of hurt and anger and disappointment. I forgive the people they're trying to become. I'm not sure I can forgive the people they were. That's fair. Is it? It's honest, and you taught me that honest is more important than nice. We walked home as the sun set, past the house where I'd learned that family could break your heart, toward the house where I'd learned that you could build your own version of home. 3 weeks later, Vivian helped me hang the sign on the front porch of the old house, Safe Harbor Transitional Home for Families. The first family moves in tomorrow, she said, stepping back to admire our work. Nervous? Excited. This feels right. It does. Bowen appeared from around the corner, carrying a box of supplies. He'd taken a second job and moved into a studio apartment across town. The rent payments came on time now, along with awkward but genuine attempts to connect with Emery. The nursery is ready, he said. Crib, changing table, rocking chair. Thank you. Zoe, He set down the box. I know I can't undo the past 12 years, but I want you to know that I see you now. I see what you've built, what you've accomplished, who you've become. And I'm proud to be your brother. It wasn't everything. It wasn't enough to erase the hurt or the years of silence. But it was a beginning. I see you too, I said. That night, Emery and I sat on our front porch, looking across at the house that had once represented everything I'd lost. Now it represented everything I'd found: purpose, peace, the power to transform pain into something beautiful. Do you think we'll stay here? Emery asked. Do you want to? I like it here. I like watching you help people. I like seeing you happy. I am happy. I can tell. How? You smile differently now. Like you're not waiting for something bad to happen. She was right. For the first time in my adult life, I wasn't braced for disappointment or rejection or abandonment. I was simply present, simply myself, simply enough. I love you, sweetheart. I love you too, Mom. We sat in comfortable silence, watching lights come on in windows across the neighborhood, each one representing a family, a story, a choice to keep going despite the odds. I was never just a nanny. I was the legacy they tried to forget, and the storm they never saw coming. But more than that, I was a woman who'd learned that the best revenge isn't destruction. It's building something so beautiful, so meaningful, so undeniably valuable that everyone who underestimated you has no choice but to see their mistake. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, they even apologize for it.
The phone rang at 5:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, jolting me awake with that particular brand of panic that only comes from early morning calls. I knew before I even looked at the screen that it was Mom. London, honey, I'm so sorry to wake you, but... Her voice cracked and I could hear Dad mumbling something in the background. We got a letter from the bank yesterday. They're going to take the house. I sat up in bed, instantly alert. My name is London, and at 30, I become the family's unofficial crisis manager, a role I never asked for, but somehow inherited by being the only one who actually handles problems instead of just talking about them. What do you mean, take the house? Foreclosure, she whispered like it was a dirty word. We're 3 months behind on the mortgage. Your father's business, well, you know how it's been since the pandemic. We tried to work something out with the bank, but they want the full amount, $120,000. The number hit me like a physical blow. I rubbed my eyes, trying to process what she was telling me. Mum, why didn't you call me sooner? 3 months behind means this has been going on for... We didn't want to worry you, she interrupted. You have your own life to think about. But the bank says we have 2 weeks and I don't know what else to do. Your father's been applying for loans, but with his credit... I could picture her in the kitchen, probably still in her bathrobe, wringing her hands the way she did whenever money came up. Dad would be at the table, staring at his coffee like it held all the answers. Have you talked to Alyssa? Or Bentley? Alyssa's in her final year of med school. You know how stressed she is. And Bentley, well, he's been looking for a better job, but you know how the market is. Of course. Alyssa was too busy, and Bentley was too fragile. That left me, as always. I'll figure something out, I heard myself saying. Oh, honey, I don't want you to feel like you have to... I said I'll figure it out. After I hung up, I sat in the dark for a long time. Aidan was still asleep beside me and I didn't want to wake him. Not yet. This was family business, and despite being engaged for 8 months, he still didn't fully understand the complicated web of obligation that tied me to these people. I spent the next 3 days researching options, personal loans, home equity lines of credit, even those predatory payday loan places. Nothing would work fast enough or for that amount, not without collateral I didn't have. That's when I started looking at my own finances. My savings account, $47,000. Money I'd been putting away for the wedding, for a house down payment, for the future Aidan and I had been planning. My retirement account, $38,000. I could take a hardship withdrawal, pay the penalties, my credit card's combined limit of $45,000 across 4 cards. The math was ugly, but it worked, barely. I called the bank on Friday morning. "I'm calling about the Morrison property foreclosure," I said, using my most professional voice. "I'd like to discuss payment options." "Are you the homeowner?" "I'm their daughter. I have power of attorney." A lie, but a necessary one. "I see. Well, the full amount would need to be paid by the 15th to stop the foreclosure process." "The full amount? $120,000? That's correct. I can have a cashier's check to you by Monday." The silence on the other end stretched long enough that I wondered if we'd been disconnected. "Mom, did you say you can pay the full amount?" "Yes." "I'll need to transfer you to our loan modification department." It took 4 hours and 17 different people, but by the end of the day, I had confirmation. Payment would be accepted, foreclosure would be stopped. I didn't call my parents to tell them. I didn't call anyone. Instead, I spent the weekend liquidating everything. Savings account, emptied. Retirement fund, cashed out with penalties that made my stomach turn. Credit cards, maxed out with cash advances that would haunt me for years. On Monday morning, I drove to the bank with a cashier's check for $120,000. The teller looked at me like I was either very rich or very stupid. I wasn't sure which one I felt like. "This will satisfy the debt in full," she confirmed. "Yes. And you'll receive confirmation in writing within 10 business days." I nodded and walked out, feeling strangely empty. I'd just saved my childhood home, preserved my parents' dignity, and probably destroyed my own financial future in the process. But that was what family did for each other, right? 3 weeks later, I got a letter from the bank. It was addressed to me, not my parents. A simple confirmation that the Morrison property loan had been satisfied in full, with thanks for my business. I stared at that letter for a long time, wondering if my parents had gotten one too. Wondering if they'd finally figured out where their salvation had come from. My phone buzzed with a text from Mum. "Dinner Sunday? We have something to celebrate." Sunday dinner at my parents' house used to feel like coming home. Now, pulling into the driveway I'd helped save, it felt more like walking into a performance where I'd forgotten my lines. "London!" Mum opened the door before I could knock, wearing her good apron, the one with tiny flowers that she only brought out for special occasions. "Perfect timing. I just pulled the roast out." The smell hit me immediately. Pot roast, mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, all my childhood favourites. She'd gone all out. "Smells amazing," I said, following her through the hallway lined with family photos. Me at graduation. Alyssa in her white coat ceremony. Bentley at his high school football banquet. The usual shrine to achievements, though mine seemed to get smaller frames each year. "Your father's in the living room with... Oh, you'll never guess who's here." We rounded the corner, and I stopped short. Faith was sitting in my usual spot on the couch, legs tucked under her like she owned the place. She looked up from her phone with that smile that never quite reached her eyes. "London!" "Surprise!" Faith stood up and gave me one of those air kisses that rich people do. "I was just telling Uncle Mark about my promotion. Regional manager now. Can you believe it?" "Congratulations." I looked around the room. "Where's everyone else?" "Bentley's helping in the kitchen," Dad said from his recliner. He looked better than he had in months, relaxed. "And Alyssa should be here any minute. She's bringing dessert." "From that fancy bakery downtown," Mum called from the kitchen. "The one where cupcakes cost $8 each," Faith laughed. $8? That's nothing. I spent more than that on coffee this morning. I sat down on the remaining chair, the uncomfortable wooden one that wobbled if you leaned too far back, the same chair I'd been relegated to since Faith started joining family dinners 5 years ago. "So, London," Faith continued, "how's the job hunt going? Still at that little non-profit?" "I'm not job hunting." "And it's not little. We serve over 3,000 families." "Oh, right. I just thought, with the wedding coming up and everything, you might want something more stable, more lucrative." Bentley emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of rolls. At 27, he still had the soft look of someone who'd never really had to struggle for anything. "Hey, sis! Heard you and Aidan are still renting that tiny place across town." "It's not tiny. I just meant, for 2 people planning a wedding." He shrugged. "Good thing you're not in a rush to buy, right? Market's crazy right now." The front door opened with Alyssa's signature dramatic entrance. "Sorry I'm late. Surgery ran long, and then traffic was London." She dropped her bakery box on the side table and hugged me quickly. "I feel like I haven't seen you in forever." "It's been 3 weeks." "Has it? Time flies when you're saving lives." She laughed at her own joke. Speaking of which, guess who got invited to present at the medical conference in Chicago? "That's wonderful, honey," Mum said, appearing with a platter of perfectly sliced roast. "We're so proud of you." "Thanks. Oh, and I have news about my residency match. Looks like I'm staying local after all. There's this amazing program at University Hospital." "Local?" Dad perked up. "That's fantastic. We were worried you'd end up in some other state." "Nope. Staying right here where I belong." We settled around the dining room table, the same one where I'd done homework while Mum worked late shifts, where I'd helped Bentley with college applications, where I'd listened to Alyssa practice presentations for med school interviews. "This looks incredible, Mum," I said, and meant it. "Well, we have something special to celebrate tonight." Mum beamed as she passed the potatoes. "Your father got some wonderful news this week." Dad cleared his throat. "The bank called. Apparently, there was some kind of administrative error with the foreclosure notice. The whole thing's been resolved." "Resolved how?" I asked. "They said the loan was paid in full. Can you believe it? Turns out we weren't as behind as we thought." Faith raised her wine glass. "That's amazing." "What relief that must be. You have no idea," Mum said. "I was so worried. But everything worked out exactly like it was supposed to." Bentley nodded. "Dad's business is picking up too. Got 3 new contracts this month. And I just got that promotion," Faith added. "Seems like good luck is going around." Mum stood up, wine glass in hand. "I think this calls for a toast." Everyone raised their glasses. I lifted mine slowly, watching the red wine catch the light from the chandelier. "To family," Mum said, her voice warm with emotion. "To a family that takes care of itself, that carries its own weight." Her eyes swept around the table, lingering on Faith, on Alyssa, on Bentley. Unlike some people who just expect others to bail them out, the words hit like a slap. I set my glass down without drinking. "Excuse me," I said, standing up. "I need some air." I walked outside to my car, hands shaking as I fumbled for my keys. In the glove compartment, underneath insurance papers and old receipts, I found what I was looking for. The original foreclosure notice. The one I'd kept just in case. I folded it carefully and slipped it into my jacket pocket before walking back inside. When I walked back into the dining room, they were deep in conversation about vacation plans. Faith was describing some resort in Cabo she'd booked for Christmas. "The suite has its own infinity pool," she was saying. "And the spa treatments are supposed to be incredible." "That sounds lovely, dear," Mum said, cutting another piece of roast. "We're thinking about taking a little trip ourselves once things settle down." "Where to?" Alyssa asked. "Maybe that bed and breakfast in Napa we've been talking about for years," Dad said. "Now that the house situation is resolved, we can actually think about enjoying ourselves again." I sat back down in my wobbly chair. The foreclosure notice felt heavy in my pocket. "Speaking of the house," Bentley said, "I was thinking we should finally renovate the kitchen. Those cabinets are from the 80s. "Oh, that would be wonderful." Mum clasped her hands together. "I've been looking at those home improvement shows. We could do one of those big islands with the marble countertops." "Might want to wait until the market stabilises," Dad said. "But yeah, once things pick up a bit more, why not?" Faith nodded knowingly. "Real estate is all about timing. Good thing you guys didn't have to sell in this market." "We never would have sold," Mum said firmly. "This house has been in the family for 15 years. It's where we raised our children." "Well, most of them," Faith said with a little laugh. "London, you moved out pretty early, didn't you?" "I was 18. Right. to that apartment with the roommates. I remember thinking how brave you were, living in that neighbourhood. Alyssa reached for the wine bottle. I can't imagine moving out that young. I mean, why would you want to leave all this? She gestured around the dining room with its warm lighting and family photos. The same room where I'd eaten countless meals alone, while everyone else was at Bentley's games or Alyssa's school events. Some people just can't wait to be independent, Bentley said. Even when they probably shouldn't be. What's that supposed to mean? I asked. Nothing bad. Just, you've always been kind of stubborn about doing things the hard way, Faith nodded. I remember when you turned down that job at your dad's company. What was that about? I wanted to make my own way, but look where it got you, Mom said gently, still renting, still struggling to save for the wedding. If you'd taken that job, you and Aidan might actually be able to afford a house by now. We're doing fine. Are you, though? Faith leaned forward. I mean, no judgment, but that little place you're renting is not exactly what I'd call stable. And with wedding costs these days... Faith's right, Bentley said. Maybe it's time to be more practical, less prideful. The conversation continued around me like I wasn't even there. Plans for renovations, discussions about property values, jokes about my independence phase that had apparently lasted 12 years. I watched Dad carve more meat, watched Mum refill wine glasses, watched my sister and brother and cousin discuss my life like it was a cautionary tale. Well, Mum said, standing to clear plates, let's have dessert. Alyssa brought those expensive cupcakes. $8 each, Faith reminded everyone. But worth every penny, I'm sure. As Mom disappeared into the kitchen, Dad leaned back in his chair. You know what the best part about this whole bank thing is? We didn't have to ask anyone for help. Didn't have to go begging to family or friends. We handled it ourselves. That's the way it should be, Bentley agreed. People who can't handle their own problems shouldn't expect others to clean up their messes. Faith raised her glass again. To self-reliance. To not being a burden, Alyssa added. They all drank. I didn't. Mum returned with a tray of elaborate cupcakes, each one decorated with gold leaf and tiny sugar flowers. She set them in the centre of the table with ceremony. These look too pretty to eat, she said. Almost too pretty, I said, reaching into my jacket pocket. Speaking of pretty things. I pulled out the folded paper and placed it next to the cupcake tray. The official letterhead was visible, even folded. What's that? Dad asked. You might want to read this before you eat my slice of cake. Mum picked up the paper, unfolded it slowly. Her face went white as she read the header. Final notice of foreclosure proceedings. London! What is this? Keep reading. She read silently, her lips moving slightly. Then she got to the bottom, where the payment confirmation was stamped, where my name was listed as the payer. I don't understand, she whispered. Dee took the paper from her hands. His eyes moved across the page, stopping at the same place hers had. Wait, he said slowly. This says you paid this. The table went completely silent. Faith stopped mid-sip of her wine. Bentley's fork hung suspended halfway to his mouth. Alyssa leaned forward, trying to read over Dad's shoulder. London, Mum said, her voice barely audible. Did you pay off our mortgage? I looked around the table at their shocked faces, at the expensive cupcakes, at the wine glasses and the good china and the family photos on the walls. $120,000, I said quietly. Every penny I had saved, plus my retirement fund, plus maxing out 4 credit cards. But why didn't you tell us? Alyssa asked. I smiled, but it felt sharp around the edges. I didn't do it for you. The words hung in the air like smoke. Dad set the paper down with shaking hands. Then why? He asked. Because someone had to. Because that's what I do. Because in this family, I'm the one who handles things when they fall apart. Faith found her voice first. London, I had no idea. Of course you didn't, none of you did. Because it never occurred to any of you that I could be the one who saved this house. That I could be the one with the resources, the responsibility, the backbone to do what needed to be done. I stood up, leaving the foreclosure notice on the table like evidence in a trial. Enjoy your cupcakes. I'm sure they're worth every penny. The silence stretched for exactly 3 seconds before everyone started talking at once. London, wait! Mum reached for my arm. Why didn't you say something? Dad's voice cracked. This is insane, Bentley said, standing up so fast his chair scraped against the floor. You're just trying to make this about yourself. Sit down, Bentley, Alyssa snapped. London! Oh my God, I had no idea. Of course you didn't, I said, still standing. When was the last time any of you asked how I was doing? Really asked? Faith set down her wine glass. London, this is a lot to process. Maybe we should all just... Process what, Faith? The fact that while you were booking spa weekends and talking about kitchen renovations, I was liquidating my entire future to save this house. We didn't know? Mum's voice was getting shrill. How are we supposed to know if you didn't tell us? Because you didn't want to know. It was easier to believe in some miracle bank error than to consider that maybe, just maybe, the daughter you've been calling irresponsible for 12 years actually had her life together. Bentley crossed his arms. So what? You want a medal? You want us to throw you a parade? I want you to stop pretending I'm the family failure when I'm the one who keeps saving all of you. Saving us from what? He shot back. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling. Let's see. Last year, I paid for your car repairs when you couldn't make rent. $800. The year before that, I covered Alyssa's MCAT fees because she'd already spent her savings on spring break. $1,500. London, please, Alyssa said softly. I'm not done. Mum, remember when you needed that root canal and Dad's insurance wouldn't cover it? $2,000. I told you it was a bonus from work. Mum's face crumpled. You said it was extra money you had lying around. I worked overtime for 3 months to pay for that root canal. 60-hour weeks at the non-profit that Faith thinks is so cute and small. Dad cleared his throat. London, we never asked you to... You never asked me anything. The words came out louder than I intended. You never asked if I could afford it. You never asked if I needed help. You never asked if I was okay living paycheck to paycheck because I kept bailing out my family. We thought you were doing fine, Mum whispered. I was 19 when I started sending money home. 19, working 2 jobs while going to community college because I couldn't afford university. Do you remember why I couldn't afford university, Dad? His face went grey. London? Because when your business failed, I gave you my college fund. $18,000 that I'd been saving since I was 14. You said it was a loan. The room went dead quiet. Even Faith looked uncomfortable. I never saw a penny of it back, I continued. But that was okay, right? Because London's tough. London can handle anything. London doesn't need help or recognition or even basic respect. Bentley sat back down heavily. I didn't know about the college fund. Of course you didn't. You were 15, worried about making varsity. Mom and Dad made sure your college was paid for, though, didn't they? And Alyssa's medical school. That's different, Mom said weakly. They had scholarships. Partial scholarships. I've been helping with Alyssa's expenses for 4 years. Books, equipment, living costs. She thinks it's financial aid. Alyssa's face went white. What? Remember that mysterious grant that always showed up right when you needed it most? The one your financial aid office could never quite explain. Oh my God, she breathed. London, why didn't you tell me? Because you needed to focus on school. Because I didn't want you to feel guilty. Because I thought maybe, eventually, someone in this family would notice that I wasn't the screw-up you all pretended I was. My phone buzzed. A text from Aidan. How's dinner? Everything okay? I held up the phone. My fiancé is worried about me. He's been worried for months, actually, because he's watched me stress about money while sending half my paycheck to this family. He keeps asking why I don't just say no. Maybe you should listen to him, Faith said quietly. Maybe I should. I reached into my purse and pulled out a manila envelope. Actually, maybe I will. I placed it on the table next to the foreclosure notice. What's that? Dad asked. Paperwork. I've removed all of you from my emergency contacts, my insurance beneficiaries, and my financial power of attorney. I've also drafted a letter to my lawyer about the $18,000 you still owe me, Dad. With interest, it's about $32,000 now, Mum gasped. London, you can't be serious. I'm dead serious. I'm also moving to Seattle with Aiden next month. His company offered him a promotion, and I've decided to take it as a sign. You're leaving? Alyssa's voice was small. I'm leaving. No more emergency calls, no more last-minute bailouts, no more being treated like the family disappointment while I bankroll everyone else's dreams. Bentley stood up again. Fine. Leave. See if we care. You won't care, I agreed. That's the point. You'll care when your car breaks down and AAA isn't enough. You'll care when Mum needs another root canal. You'll care when the next crisis hits and there's no one to call at 5 a.m. I picked up my purse and headed for the door. London, wait, Dad called after me. We can talk about this. We can figure something out. I turned back one last time. There's nothing to figure out. I'm done being your safety net. You wanted a family that carries its own weight? Congratulations. You're about to find out what that actually means. The front door closed behind me with a satisfying click. I was halfway to my car when I heard the front door slam open behind me. London! Bentley's voice carried across the yard. You can't just drop a bomb like that and walk away. I kept walking. I'm serious. Get back here. I turned around. He was standing on the porch, face red with anger. Behind him I could see Mom in the doorway, wringing her hands. Or what, Bentley? You'll ground me? You're being ridiculous. This whole dramatic exit thing is pathetic. You know what's pathetic? A 27-year-old man who still lives with his parents and has never paid his own car insurance. That's not fair. Fair? I laughed, but there was no humour in it. You want to talk about fair? Let's talk about how I've been working since I was 16 while you got to focus on being a teenager. Let's talk about how I moved out at 18, because there wasn't room for me to be a kid in this family. Faith appeared beside him, trying to play peacekeeper. London, everyone's just emotional right now. Maybe we should all cool down and don't. I held up my hand. Don't you dare try to manage this situation, Faith. You've been sitting at my family's table for 5 years, eating food I helped pay for, while making jokes about my life choices. That's not. I never meant. You called me unstable 20 minutes ago. You said I couldn't keep a roof over my head. I just paid off a $120,000 mortgage, Faith. How's that for unstable? She opened her mouth, then closed it. Dad came outside, still holding the foreclosure notice. London, please. Come back inside. Let's talk about this like adults. Like adults? I pulled my keys out of my purse. Adults don't let their daughter destroy her financial future to save their house and then toast to families that carry their own weight. Your mother didn't mean. She meant every word. You all did. And you know what? I'm glad you finally said it out loud. I'm glad I finally know exactly what you think of me. Mum appeared beside Dad, mascara streaked down her cheeks. Honey, I was just so stressed about the house, and when it got resolved I felt so relieved. I didn't know. You didn't want to know. It was easier to believe in miracles than to give me credit for anything. That's not true, she said, but her voice wavered. Isn't it? When was the last time you bragged about me to your friends? When was the last time you asked about my job, my goals, my life? When was the last time you treated me like I mattered? Alyssa pushed past everyone and walked toward me. London, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I had no idea about the money, about any of it. I know you didn't. That's the problem, Alyssa. You never asked where the money came from because it never occurred to you that I might be struggling too. I thought you were doing okay. You always seemed so... together. I had to be together. Someone had to be the adult in this family. But you're only 3 years older than me. And I've been taking care of everyone for 12 years. Do the math. She started crying then. The kind of ugly crying that made her look like the little girl I used to read bedtime stories to. I didn't know, she kept saying. I swear I didn't know. I believe you. But that doesn't change anything. Bentley stepped off the porch. So what, you're just going to abandon us? Run off to Seattle and pretend we don't exist? I'm not abandoning anyone. I'm stopping the cycle. I'm refusing to be the family ATM anymore. What if there's an emergency? Then you'll handle it, like adults do. What if we can't? I looked at him for a long moment. Then you'll figure it out, or you won't. Either way, it won't be my problem anymore. Faith stepped forward. London, I think you're making a mistake. Family is family. You can't just walk away from that. Watch me. Karma has a way of catching up with people who turn their backs on family, she said, her voice getting sharper. You might regret this someday. I smiled, and I could feel how cold it looked. If karma has something for me after everything I've done for this family, I'd like to see it try. I got in my car and rolled down the window. One more thing, I called out. The house title. My name's on it as co-signer from when Dad refinanced 5 years ago. I'm having my lawyer remove it tomorrow. You'll need to qualify for the mortgage on your own now. Dad's face went white. London, wait. Good luck with that kitchen renovation. I drove away, leaving them standing in the driveway like a tableau of shock and confusion. In my rearview mirror, I could see them all talking at once, probably trying to figure out how to fix this. But some things couldn't be fixed. Some things were just broken from the start. My phone started buzzing immediately. Text after text. Mum. Please come back. We need to talk. Alyssa. I'm so sorry. Please don't leave like this. Dad. We can work this out. Even Faith. I didn't mean what I said about karma. I turned my phone to silent and kept driving. 3 weeks passed in blissful silence. No emergency calls, no crisis texts, no guilt-laden voicemails about family obligations. I'd blocked everyone except Alyssa, and even she seemed to understand that I needed space. Then she called on a Thursday evening while I was packing boxes for the move to Seattle. London, please don't hang up. I'm not going to hang up. I've been thinking about everything you said, about the money, about college, about everything. I taped up a box of books. Okay. I looked into it. The financial aid thing. I called the office and asked about those mysterious grants. Alyssa. They told me the truth about the anonymous donor who'd been covering my expenses for 4 years. They said the person specifically requested that I never know their identity. I stopped packing. You didn't need to do that. Yes, I did. I needed to understand how blind I've been. Her voice cracked. London, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I never asked. I'm sorry I never noticed. I'm sorry I let you carry everything alone. It's not your fault. You were focused on school, like you should have been. But that's just it. I wasn't just focused on school. I was focused on myself. We all were. And you were focused on all of us. I sat down on a half-packed box. Alyssa. I calculated it. Everything you've paid for me over the years. It's over $40,000. $40,000, London. That's more than most people make in a year. I didn't keep track. I know. That's what makes it worse. You gave and never expected anything back, and we just took it. We took it and complained that you weren't giving more. The front door opened and Aidan walked in, carrying takeout bags. He saw me on the phone and mouthed, Family? I nodded. I have to ask you something, Alyssa continued, and I need you to be honest. Are you okay? Financially, I mean. After everything you've done for us, are you okay? I looked around at the apartment we were about to leave, at the second-hand furniture and the stack of credit card bills on the counter. I will be. That's not what I asked. No, Alyssa, I'm not okay. I'm drowning in debt. I haven't been able to save anything for the wedding. Aidan's been covering most of our expenses for months because I kept sending money home instead of taking care of myself. Aidan stopped unpacking food and looked at me with concern. Oh God, she whispered. London? I had no idea it was that bad. How could you? I never told you. Because you didn't want us to feel guilty. Because I thought that's what family meant, taking care of each other. But we weren't taking care of you. We were just using you. I didn't argue because she was right. I want to pay you back, she said suddenly. Everything. I'll get a loan. Alyssa, no. You're about to start residency. You'll be making practically nothing for the next 4 years. Then I'll pay you back after. I'll make payments. I'll figure something out. I don't want your money. Then what do you want? The question hung in the air. What did I want? An apology? Recognition? A time machine to go back and make different choices? I want you to understand why I'm leaving. I do understand. We treated you terribly. It's not just that. It's that I lost myself somewhere along the way. I became so focused on being what you all needed that I forgot who I was supposed to be. Aidan sat down beside me, close enough that I could feel his warmth. I'm 27 years old, Alyssa said. I'm about to be a doctor, and I've never paid my own phone bill. Do you know how pathetic that is? You're not pathetic. You're just protected. By you, at your expense. Yes, that has to stop. Yes, it does. We sat in silence for a moment. Then she said, Mum's been calling you, hasn't she? I blocked her number. She's been crying for 3 weeks. Dad too. They keep saying they didn't know, they didn't realise. What about Bentley? He's angry. Says you're being dramatic and manipulative. Of course he does. But London, they're struggling. Without you there to... Dad's car broke down yesterday and he didn't know who to call. He can call a mechanic like everyone else. And Mum got a notice about her unemployment benefits ending. Then she needs to find a job. I know you're right. It's just hard to watch them fall apart. They're not falling apart, Alyssa. They're learning to stand up. Aidan squeezed my hand. Are you happy? She asked suddenly. In Seattle, I mean. Are you going to be happy? I looked at Aidan, at the boxes packed with our things, at the fresh start waiting for us across the country. I think so. For the first time in a long time, I think I might be. Good, you deserve to be happy. So do you. All of you, but not at my expense anymore. I understand. And London, I love you. I should have said that more. I love you too. After we hung up, Aidan pulled me close. How are you feeling? Guilty? Sad? Relieved? Angry? Everything all at once? That sounds about right. My phone buzzed with a voicemail notification. Unknown number. I played it on speaker. London, it's your father. I got your number from Alyssa. I know you don't want to talk to us, but the bank called today. They want proof of income for the mortgage. And my business is not doing as well as I said. I don't know if we can qualify on our own. His voice broke. I'm scared, London. I'm scared we're going to lose the house anyway. And I know I don't have the right to ask, but could we maybe talk? Just once. The message ended. Aidan looked at me. What are you thinking? I'm thinking, I said slowly, that some conversations are worth having, even when they're hard. I met Dad at a coffee shop downtown, neutral territory where neither of us could storm out dramatically. He was already there when I arrived, sitting in a corner booth with his hands wrapped around a cup that looked untouched. He'd lost weight. His face was thinner, older somehow, with lines I didn't remember seeing a month ago. Thank you for coming, he said as I slid into the seat across from him. I almost didn't. I know. He looked down at his coffee. I wouldn't have blamed you if you hadn't. I ordered a latte from the waitress and waited. This was his meeting. He could start. The bank wants documentation of our income for the past 2 years, he said finally. Tax returns, profit and loss statements, the works. Okay. My business. It's not what I told everyone. It's been failing for 3 years. I've been borrowing from credit cards to make payroll, taking advances to pay suppliers. The contracts I mentioned, they fell through. I sipped my latte. How bad is it? Bad. Really bad. Without your name on the mortgage, we don't qualify. Our debt-to-income ratio is... He shook his head. We're going to lose the house anyway. So, you want me to put my name back on the mortgage? No. The word came out sharp, surprising both of us. No, I don't want that. I can't ask you to do that. Not after what we put you through. Then why am I here? He reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila envelope, similar to the one I'd left on their dinner table weeks ago. Because I wanted to give you this. I opened it. Inside was a handwritten letter, several pages long, and a cheque. It's not much, he said quickly. Only $5,000, but it's a start. It's what I can manage right now toward the $18,000 I owe you. I looked at the cheque. His signature was shaky. Dad, you can't afford this. You just told me you're failing. I can't afford not to pay it. I should have paid it back years ago. I should have paid it back the moment my business got back on its feet. But it never got back on its feet. No, it didn't. And I kept telling myself it would, that I'd pay you back with interest once things turned around. But things never turned around, and I kept taking more from you instead. I set the cheque on the table. I don't want your money, Dad. Not when you need it more than I do. Please, take it. It's the only way I can start making this right. You can't make this right with money. Then how? I looked at him across the table, this man who'd raised me, who'd taught me to ride a bike and helped with homework and walked me down the aisle at my high school graduation. This man who'd also let me sacrifice my future for his mistakes. By being honest, finally, he nodded slowly. The letter. Read the letter. I unfolded the pages. His handwriting was careful, deliberate. London, it began. I don't know how to apologise for 18 years of failing you as a father. I don't know how to explain how I let it happen, how I let you become the adult in our family while you were still a child yourself. I looked up. He was watching me read, his eyes wet. Keep going, he said quietly. When your mother got pregnant with Bentley, we were so young, so unprepared. You were only 3, but you were already so capable, so responsible. It was easier to let you help than to figure out how to manage on our own. The words blurred as I continued reading. By the time Alyssa came along, you were our little helper. You changed diapers, you made bottles, you entertained the babies while we slept. We told ourselves it was good for you, that it was teaching you responsibility. But really, we were just too tired and overwhelmed to parent all 3 of you properly. Dad, keep reading. When my business failed the first time, you were 18. You had college plans, dreams, a future mapped out, and I took that from you. I took your college fund and I told myself it was temporary, that I'd pay you back within a year. But I never did. And then I kept taking more. My hands were shaking now. I watched you work 2 jobs to put yourself through community college. I watched you move out because we couldn't afford to help you, couldn't even make room for your needs in our house. And instead of being proud of your strength, instead of supporting you, I let your mother criticise your choices. I let everyone treat you like you were the problem. I set the letter down. Why didn't you ever say anything? All those years, why didn't you ever defend me? Because I was ashamed. Because admitting you were the responsible one meant admitting I wasn't. Because it was easier to let you be the family disappointment than to face the fact that I was the one who disappointed everyone. I was never the disappointment, was I? No. God, no. You were the miracle. You were the one who kept us afloat when I couldn't. You were the one who made sure your siblings had what they needed when I failed to provide it. You were the parent I should have been. The coffee shop suddenly felt too small, too warm. I could hear other conversations. The hiss of the espresso machine, the clink of cups and saucers. I can't fix this, he continued. I can't give you back your 20s or your college fund or the years you spent taking care of everyone else. But I can tell you the truth. You were never the problem, London. You were the solution. And we took advantage of that until you had nothing left to give. I folded the letter carefully and put it back in the envelope along with the cheque. What happens now? I asked. Now you go to Seattle and you build the life you should have had all along, and we figure out how to be a family without using you as our safety net. And if you can't, he smiled sadly, then we learn what consequences actually look like. I stood up to leave, then stopped. Dad? I forgive you, but I can't come back. I know, and I'm proud of you for that. I walked out of the coffee shop and didn't look back. The apartment in Seattle had floor-to-ceiling windows that let in more light than I'd seen in years. Aidan was in the kitchen making coffee while I sat at my laptop, finally ready to tell this story. What are you writing? He asked, setting a mug beside me. A Reddit post about everything that happened. You sure you want to put it out there? I looked at the title I'd typed. How I paid off 120k of family debt and got called a leech. Yeah. I think other people need to hear this. I hit submit and watched the post go live on R True Off My Chest. Within minutes, comments started pouring in. Holy shit, OP, your family sucks. This is financial abuse. I'm so sorry. You're a saint for putting up with that for so long. Update us when karma hits them. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. London, it's Bentley. I saw your post. It's gone viral. Mum's friends are calling her about it. I showed Aidan the message. He raised an eyebrow. How did he find your post? Alyssa probably sent it to him. Another text came through. Can you please take it down? People are recognizing the details. Mum's humiliated. I typed back, no. The doorbell rang. Aidan went to answer it while I continued reading comments. People were sharing their own stories of family financial abuse, of being the responsible one, of finally breaking free. London? Aidan called from the hallway. You have a delivery. I walked over to find him holding a thick envelope with my name written in familiar handwriting. It's from your mum, he said. Inside was a single sheet of paper and a cheque for $32,000. The letter was short. London, I didn't know. I guess I never really saw you. This is from selling my jewellery and cashing out my small retirement account. It's what your father calculated he owes you with interest. I know it doesn't fix anything, but it's a start. I'm proud of you for leaving. I should have been proud of you all along. Mum. I stared at the cheque. She actually did it. Are you going to cash it? I don't know yet. My laptop chimed with a notification. The Reddit post had over 10,000 upvotes and hundreds of comments. Someone had given it gold. Then my phone rang. Alyssa. London, I need to tell you something. If this is about the post, it's not. Well, it is, but not what you think. I read it, and I shared it with my study group. One of them, Sarah, she said it sounded exactly like her family situation. She's been supporting her parents and siblings for years, while they treat her like garbage. Okay. She's leaving too. She's moving across the country and cutting them off financially. She said your post gave her the courage to do it. I sat down heavily. Alyssa, there's more. The post got shared in some Facebook groups for people with dysfunctional families. Apparently, there are thousands of people dealing with this exact situation. You started something, London. I scrolled through more comments. Stories of people who'd been family ATMs, who'd sacrificed their futures for ungrateful relatives, who'd finally found the strength to say no. I never meant for it to go viral, but it did. And it's helping people. Another call came through. This time it was Faith. London, I saw the post. I wanted to apologise for everything. You were right about all of it. Faith! I was jealous of you. I know that sounds crazy, but I was. You were so independent, so strong. I felt like I had to compete with you for your family's attention. You won that competition. Did I? Because looking back, I realised they only paid attention to me because I wasn't a threat. You were the one actually holding everything together. I was just entertainment. I didn't know what to say to that. Anyway, I'm sorry. And I'm glad you got out. That evening, Aidan and I sat on our new couch, watching the Seattle skyline light up outside our windows. Any regrets? He asked. I thought about it, about the family dinners I'd miss, the holidays that would feel empty, the relationships that might never heal. No, I said finally. No regrets. My phone buzzed one more time. A message from a username I didn't recognise. Your post saved my life. I'd been supporting my toxic family for 15 years and thought I was going crazy. Reading your story made me realise I'm not alone and I'm not wrong. I'm finally leaving. Thank you. I showed Aidan the message. You know what the best part is? I said. What? Revenge didn't fix them. It fixed me. I closed the laptop and looked out at the city spread below us, full of people living their own lives, making their own choices, carrying their own weight. For the first time in 18 years, I was one of them, and it felt like freedom.
I found it at 11:47 p.m., wedged between dusty law books in Nancy's mahogany study, a USB drive no bigger than my thumb, labelled in her careful handwriting, Winterhouse 3 a.m., conf. My name is Meredith, and I've been living in this house for 6 years, not as family, not as a guest, as the help who happened to share DNA with the man who once owned half of everything here. Meredith. Natalie's voice cut through the silence like broken glass. Where are the final headcount numbers? I slipped the USB into my pocket and grabbed the catering contracts from Nancy's desk. Tomorrow was Emma's Sweet 16, $75,000 of pure excess, and I'd planned every detail for free. Coming, I called back, walking toward the kitchen where Natalie stood surrounded by flower arrangements that cost more than most people's rent. She snatched the papers from my hands without looking up. The ice sculpture better be perfect. Emma only turns 16 once. It will be. I'd confirmed it 3 times today. And you remembered to press your black dress? The conservative one? Heat crawled up my neck. Yes. Good. We can't have you looking like you belong with the guests. 6 years ago, when my brother Harry died in that car accident, Natalie cried in my arms and begged me to help raise Emma. I can't do this alone, she'd sobbed. Harry always said you were the strongest person he knew. So I dropped out of my social work program, moved into their guest room, became Emma's everything while Natalie grieved, then dated, then remarried her grief into something that looked like happiness from the outside. Now Emma was upstairs, probably texting her friends about tomorrow's party. 16 years old and completely unaware that her trust fund had been redirected, her inheritance rerouted, and her aunt treated like hired help in what used to be her uncle's house. The DJ confirmed the playlist? Natalie asked, still not meeting my eyes. Yes, twice. And the photographer knows to focus on Emma and the family, not random guests? Not me, she meant. Never me. He knows. Natalie finally looked up, her perfectly contoured face showing the first crack of genuine emotion I'd seen in months. This has to be perfect, Meredith. Emma deserves perfect. For a moment, she almost sounded like the sister-in-law who used to include me in family photos, who used to introduce me as Harry's sister, the one who saved us all. It will be perfect, I said quietly. She nodded and turned back to her flowers. Dismissed. I walked upstairs to check on Emma. Her door was cracked open, and I could hear her on the phone with Morgan. I know it's going to be amazing, Emma was saying. Aunt Meredith planned everything. She always makes things special. My chest tightened. Emma still called me Aunt Meredith when her mother wasn't around, still hugged me goodnight, still asked for my advice about boys and college applications and whether she should cut her hair. She had no idea that, according to the will on file with the probate court, I didn't exist. That her father's final wishes had been edited to erase me completely. But I knew. I'd suspected something was wrong 3 years ago when I overheard Nancy and Natalie whispering about paperwork and keeping things simple. When I asked to see Harry's will, Natalie claimed the lawyer said family members couldn't request copies. That's when I started paying attention, started collecting small inconsistencies. Started remembering conversations with Harry about his plans for Emma's future, plans that included me as co-trustee of her inheritance, plans that apparently never made it to paper. I knocked softly on Emma's door. Hey, birthday girl. You should get some sleep. She opened the door, her face glowing with excitement. At 16, she looked so much like Harry it sometimes took my breath away. Same dark eyes, same stubborn chin, same way of tilting her head when she was thinking. I can't sleep, she said. I keep thinking about tomorrow. Mom's been so stressed about everything being perfect. It will be. I promise. She hugged me tight. Thank you for everything, Aunt Meredith. I know you worked so hard on this. You're worth it, I whispered into her hair. After she went to bed, I sat in my small room and stared at the USB drive. Whatever was on it, Nancy had hidden it carefully. Whatever was on it, she'd labeled it with a date and time like evidence. Like a confession. I plugged it into my laptop and hit play. 2 voices filled my headphones. Drunk voices, laughing voices. Natalie and Nancy recorded 3 years ago at 3 a.m., celebrating something they thought no one would ever discover. My hands shook as I listened to them destroy my brother's memory and my future in the same breath. But they'd made one mistake. They'd left the evidence where the nanny could find it. The morning of Emma's party, I arrived at the house at 6 a.m. wearing the black dress Natalie had specified. Conservative cut, long sleeves, Nothing that would draw attention. The uniform of the invisible. "You're late," Nancy said as I walked through the back door. She stood in the kitchen wearing a cream silk blouse that probably cost more than I made in a month. "I'm actually 10 minutes early." "Early is on time. On time is late." She looked me up and down with obvious disapproval. "That dress will have to do, I suppose." The caterers arrived at 7, the florists at 8. By 9, the house had transformed into something from a magazine spread. White roses everywhere, crystal chandeliers sparkling, a chocolate fountain that belonged in a hotel lobby. Emma bounced down the stairs in her robe, eyes wide. "Oh my God, it's perfect." "Language, darling," Nancy said automatically. "It's beautiful, Aunt Meredith. Thank you." Emma threw her arms around me. "Emma." Natalie appeared in the doorway, already dressed in designer everything. "Go get ready. Hair and makeup are here." "Can Aunt Meredith come up with me?" "She has work to do down here." Emma's face fell slightly, but she nodded and headed upstairs. I watched her go, my heart clenching. "The ice sculpture looks smaller than I expected," Natalie said, examining the swan centerpiece. "It's exactly what you ordered." She moved to the gift table, adjusting ribbons that didn't need adjusting. "Did you remember to put the family gifts in front?" "Yes." "And you confirmed the photographer will get shots of Emma with her grandmother and me?" "Multiple times." She finally looked at me directly. "Good. This day needs to be perfect. Emma will remember this party for the rest of her life." The guests started arriving at 2. I stationed myself near the entrance, directing people to the gift table, the bar, the garden where Emma would make her entrance. I smiled and nodded and played the part of helpful staff. "Excuse me," a woman in pearls said, tapping my shoulder. "Could you get me another champagne?" "I'm not—" "Meredith handles the coordination." Natalie appeared beside us, her voice honey-sweet. "But I'm sure she can point you toward the bar." The woman looked confused. "Oh, I thought she was staff." "She helps out," Natalie said smoothly. I felt my face burn but said nothing. The woman wandered off, and Natalie leaned close to my ear. "Try to blend in better," she whispered. "You're making people uncomfortable." At 3 o'clock, Emma made her grand entrance in a white dress that made her look like a princess. The crowd applauded, cameras flashed. Nancy dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. I stood in the back, watching Emma glow under all the attention. She deserved this. She deserved to feel special and loved and celebrated. She also deserved to know the truth. "Beautiful party," someone said behind me. I turned to see Morgan's mother, Linda, holding a glass of wine. "Thank you. You planned all this yourself?" "I helped." "Don't be modest. Emma told Morgan you did everything. The flowers, the catering, the music. You have real talent." Before I could respond, Natalie appeared again. "Linda, so glad you could make it. Isn't Emma radiant?" "Absolutely, you must be so proud." "We are. It's been months of planning, but seeing her face makes it all worth it." Linda glanced at me, then back at Natalie. "Meredith was just telling me how much work went into today." "Oh yes, she's been very helpful with the smaller details." My hands clenched into fists. Smaller details. 6 months of my life reduced to smaller details. The afternoon wore on. Emma opened gifts, posed for photos, danced with her friends. I stayed busy, cleaning up spills, directing the caterers, making sure everything ran smoothly. At 5 o'clock, they brought out the cake. 3 tiers of white chocolate perfection with Emma's name in gold script. The crowd gathered around as Emma stood behind it, knife in hand. "Speech," someone called out. Emma blushed. "I just want to thank everyone for being here. This is the most amazing day of my life." "We love you, sweetheart," Natalie called out. "I love you too, Mom." and Grandma Nancy, and Emma's eyes found mine in the crowd. Aunt Meredith, who made all of this possible. A few people applauded. Nancy's smile tightened. Natalie's jaw clenched. That's when I walked to the DJ booth. "Excuse me," I said to the young man behind the equipment. "Yeah?" I pulled the USB from my pocket. "I need you to play this when she cuts the cake, instead of the music." He looked confused. "What is it?" "A surprise for the family." He shrugged and took the drive. "Sure thing." I walked back to my spot against the wall. Emma raised the knife above the cake. The crowd quieted, phones ready to capture the moment. "Make a wish, darling," Nancy called out. Emma closed her eyes, smiled, and brought the knife down. The DJ hit play. But instead of the happy birthday song, two familiar voices filled the garden through the sound system. Drunk voices, laughing voices, confessing voices. "She doesn't even suspect we rewrote it," Natalie's voice echoed across the silent crowd. The knife froze in Emma's hand as her mother's voice continued pouring from the speakers. "Meredith will die thinking she was never in it." Natalie's recorded laugh was sharp and cruel. "Harry's precious sister, cut out completely." Nancy's voice joined in, slurred but clear. The notary was so easy to convince. A few $1,000s and suddenly the original will went missing. Emma's face went white. The knife clattered to the table. "What is this?" someone in the crowd whispered. "Turn it off!" Natalie shrieked, pushing through the guests toward the DJ booth. "Turn it off right now!" But the recording kept playing. "The best part," Nancy continued on the audio, "is that little Emma will never know her father wanted Meredith as co-trustee. She'll grow up thinking we're her only family." "Stop it!" Emma's voice cracked across the garden. "Stop the music!" The DJ fumbled with his equipment, but I'd locked the file to play in full. 3 more minutes of drunken confessions echoed through the suddenly silent party. "Harry was such a fool," Natalie's voice continued, "leaving half his estate to his dropout sister, as if she deserved anything." Emma's legs gave out. She sank into a chair, staring at nothing. "This is fake." Natalie reached the DJ booth, yanking at cables. "Someone doctored this recording." "Mom?" Emma's voice was barely a whisper. "Mom, what are they talking about?" Morgan rushed to Emma's side. "Em, are you okay?" "The will," Emma said slowly. "They're talking about Daddy's will." "It's lies!" Nancy pushed through the crowd, her face red with rage. "Malicious lies from someone trying to destroy our family." But the recording wasn't finished. "At least we don't have to pretend to be grateful anymore," Natalie's voice said. "Let her play nanny. Let her think she's family. She'll never see a penny." "And Emma?" Nancy asked on the recording. "Emma adores her. It's actually perfect. Free childcare from someone who thinks she's doing it out of love." The sound of clinking glasses came through the speakers, followed by more laughter. Emma stood up slowly, her white dress pristine against the chaos around her. "Is it true?" "Sweetheart," Natalie started. "Is it true?" Emma's scream silenced the entire garden. Phones were out now, people filming, whispering. A few guests had already started leaving, hurrying toward the parking area. "Emma, let me explain," Natalie said, her voice shaking. "Explain what? That you stole from Aunt Meredith? That you lied about Daddy's will?" "We didn't steal anything. We protected what was rightfully yours." "By cutting out the person who raised me?" Emma's voice broke. "The person who gave up everything for me?" I stood against the wall, watching my niece's world crumble. Part of me wanted to go to her, to comfort her like I had 1,000 times before, but she needed to hear this. She needed to know. Where is she? Emma spun around, searching the crowd. "Where's Aunt Meredith?" Our eyes met across the garden. Emma's face was streaked with tears. her carefully styled hair falling loose. "You knew," she said, walking toward me. "You knew they did this?" "Yes." "How long?" "I suspected for 3 years. I've been certain for 12 hours. Emma stopped in front of me, her hands shaking. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you were 13. Because you needed stability. Because I wasn't sure I could prove it." "But you can now?" "Yes." Natalie appeared beside us, mascara running down her cheeks. "Emma, please. Let's go inside and talk about this privately." "Privately?" Emma whirled on her mother. "Like you and Grandma talked privately about stealing from the person who loves me most?" "We didn't steal." "You forged Daddy's will." Emma's voice carried across the garden, reaching the remaining guests. "You cut out Aunt Meredith and lied about it for years." "We protected you," Nancy said, finally reaching us, "from someone who would have taken advantage of your grief." "Taken advantage?" Emma laughed, but there was no humor in it. "She dropped out of college for me." "She sleeps in a guest room in her own brother's house. She planned this entire party for free because you told her it was her job as family." "Emma, calm down," Natalie pleaded. "Don't tell me to calm down. Don't you dare." Emma turned back to me. "What are you going to do?" I looked at my niece, this brave girl who'd just learned that her entire life was built on lies. "I'm going to court." "Good." Emma wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "I want to testify." "Sweetheart, no." Natalie reached for Emma's arm. Emma jerked away. "Don't touch me." The recording finally ended, leaving the garden in heavy silence. Most of the guests had fled. The ones remaining stood frozen, unsure whether to leave or stay. I pulled out my phone and dialed Adam's number. "It's done," I said when he answered. "File the papers." "Are you sure about this, Meredith?" "Once we start, there's no going back." I looked at Emma, standing alone in her white dress, surrounded by the ruins of her perfect party, at Natalie, crying into her hands, at Nancy, already calculating her next move. "I'm sure." I hung up and walked toward the back gate, leaving the party behind. "Aunt Meredith, wait," Emma called after me. I turned around. "Can I come with you?" "Yes," I said. "You can always come with me." 3 years earlier, I'd been folding Emma's laundry when I heard them in the kitchen below. Natalie and Nancy, voices low but not low enough. "The notary said it would be simple," Nancy was saying. "A few missing pages, a signature that looks close enough." "What if someone asks questions?" "Who's going to ask? Meredith trusts us completely." I'd frozen on the stairs, a stack of Emma's school uniforms in my arms. They were talking about paperwork, but something in their tone made my stomach clench. "Harry specifically mentioned her in the original," Natalie continued. "Co-trustee of Emma's inheritance, plus that ridiculous amount for her education fund. Your husband was too generous for his own good. Meredith dropped out of college. What does she need with education money? She dropped out to help us." "Exactly. She made her choice." I'd crept back upstairs that night, but the seed was planted. Over the following months, I started paying attention, started asking questions. "Can I see a copy of Harry's will?" I'd asked Natalie 6 months later. "Why would you need that?" "Just curious about Emma's trust fund. When she turns 18, I want to make sure I understand the terms." "The lawyer handles all that. No need for you to worry about it." But I did worry, so I started digging. That's how I ended up in Adam's law office 2 years ago, sitting across from the boy who used to help me with statistics homework in college. "Meredith?" Adam looked up from his computer, surprised. "I haven't seen you since graduation." "I need help with something legal, and I need someone I can trust." He gestured to the chair across from his desk. "What's going on?" I told him everything. the overheard conversation, Natalie's evasiveness about the will, the way Nancy looked at me like I was stealing food from their table every time I ate dinner with them. "Do you have any documentation?" Adam asked. "That's the problem. They won't show me anything. Wills are public record once they're filed with probate court. I can request a copy." 3 days later, Adam called me back. "Can you come in? I found something interesting." The will he showed me was 8 pages long, standard language about assets, trusts, and beneficiaries. Emma was the primary heir, with Natalie as trustee of her inheritance until she turned 25. I wasn't mentioned anywhere. "This doesn't feel right," I said, scanning the pages again. "Harry talked about setting up an education fund for me. He said he wanted to make sure I could finish my degree." People change their minds about wills all the time. Not Harry. He felt guilty that I dropped out to help with Emma. "He promised he'd take care of my education." Adam leaned back in his chair. "What exactly did he say?" "That Emma would be provided for, but so would I. That he was naming me as co-trustee because he trusted me to look out for her interests." "Co-trustee?" "Yes. He said Natalie was too emotional to handle financial decisions alone." Adam pulled up something on his computer. "The will I have shows Natalie as sole trustee. Then something's wrong." That's when Adam started making calls. To the law office that filed the will, to the notary who witnessed it, to the probate clerk who processed the paperwork. "The original attorney retired," he told me a week later, "but his assistant remembers your brother coming in multiple times to revise his will." Multiple times? She said he was very specific about including provisions for his sister's education and about naming 2 trustees for Emma's inheritance. So where's that version? That's what we need to find out. Adam spent months tracking down leads. The notary who witnessed the final will had moved to Florida and wasn't returning calls. The law office claimed their files from that period had been damaged in a flood, but Adam was persistent. "I found something," he said, calling me at work 6 months ago. "Can you meet me tonight?" We met at a coffee shop downtown. Adam slid a folder across the table. "I tracked down the paralegal who worked on your brother's file. She's retired now, but she kept copies of everything." Inside the folder was a different will. Same date, same signatures, but 3 additional pages. Pages that named me as co-trustee of Emma's inheritance. Pages that established a $50,000 education fund in my name. Pages that recognized my sacrifice and Harry's gratitude for everything I'd done for his family. "This is it," I whispered, reading Harry's words. "This is what he really wanted." The question is, how did the other version end up filed with the court? "Nancy," I said immediately. "She handled all the paperwork after Harry died. She said she was protecting Natalie from having to deal with legal details. We need proof that this version came first." "How do we get that?" Adam smiled grimly. "We find the notary. And we make him tell us what really happened." It took 3 more months, but Adam finally tracked down Robert Martinez in Tampa, the man who'd notarized both versions of Harry's will. "He's agreed to give a deposition," Adam told me over the phone. "But Meredith, you need to know what he's going to say. Tell me." Nancy offered him $5,000 to lose the original will and notarize a replacement. He kept copies of both versions as insurance. Insurance? In case anyone ever asked questions? I sat in my car outside Emma's school, watching her laugh with her friends, completely unaware that her grandmother was a criminal and her mother was an accomplice. "What do we do now?" I asked Adam. "We file a motion to reopen the estate. We present the original will and Martinez's testimony. We prove fraud. And then we see if the truth is worth the war it's going to start." I looked at Emma again, 16 and innocent, and trusting. It is, I said. The truth is always worth it. The morning after Emma's party, my phone started ringing at 6 a.m. Meredith, it's Adam. Have you seen the news? I stumbled to my laptop. The local news website had a video titled Sweet 16 Scandal, Audio Recording Exposes Will Fraud at Lavish Party. Someone had posted the entire recording online. The comment section was brutal. These people are disgusting. That poor girl finding out at her own party. The aunt is a saint for putting up with this for years. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You've destroyed this family. I hope you're proud. Then another. Emma will never forgive you for ruining her party. And another. Watch your back. Adam, they're sending me threatening messages. Screenshot everything. We'll need it for the restraining order. Restraining order? Meredith, this is about to get ugly. Nancy and Natalie aren't going to go down quietly. He was right. By noon, a black SUV was parked outside my apartment. Nancy sat in the passenger seat, staring at my building. I called Emma. Are you okay? I asked when she answered. No. Her voice was hoarse from crying. Mom keeps trying to explain, but everything she says makes it worse. Where are you? Morgan's house. I can't be around Mom right now. Do you want to stay with me for a while? Can I? Mom said you're trying to steal my inheritance. Emma, I'm trying to restore what your father actually wanted. There's a difference. I know. I'll be there in an hour. When Emma arrived, she looked exhausted. Her eyes were red and swollen, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. The whole school is talking about it, she said, dropping her bag by my door. Someone posted the video on TikTok. It has 2 million views. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm glad I know the truth. She sat on my couch, pulling her knees to her chest. Tell me about the real will. I showed her the copy Adam had found. Emma read every word, tears streaming down her face. He wanted you to help manage my trust fund, she said. Yes. And he left you money for college. $50,000. Mom and Grandma stole $50,000 from you? They stole more than money, Emma. They stole 6 years of my life. Emma's phone buzzed constantly, text after text from Natalie. Please come home. We can work this out as a family. Don't let Meredith poison you against me. She's desperate, Emma said, showing me the messages. My phone rang. Natalie's name on the screen. Don't answer it, Emma said quickly, but I did. Meredith, please, we need to talk. There's nothing to discuss. Emma is my daughter. You can't just take her. I didn't take her. She chose to leave. Because you filled her head with lies. I played a recording of your own voice, Natalie. Your words, your confession. Silence on the other end. The court date is set for next month, I continued. You'll have plenty of chances to explain yourself then. You're destroying Emma's life for money. I'm fighting for what Harry wanted, what he trusted me to protect. Harry's dead. He doesn't get a vote anymore. Actually, he does. It's called a will, the real one. I hung up. That evening, Adam came over with a stack of legal documents. The motion to reopen the estate has been filed, he said, spreading papers across my kitchen table. Nancy and Natalie have 30 days to respond. What happens then? We go to court. We present the original will, Martinez's testimony, and the recording you found. Will it be enough? It should be, but they're going to fight dirty. He was right. The next morning, I found an envelope slipped under my door. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a message typed in block letters. Drop the case or face the consequences. We're filing for a restraining order today, Adam said when I called him. Against who? It's not signed. Against Nancy and Natalie. This has their fingerprints all over it. That afternoon, Emma and I were grocery shopping when Natalie appeared in the cereal aisle. "Emma, sweetheart, please come home." Emma stepped behind me. "I don't want to talk to you. I'm your mother. We can work through this. You lied to me for years. I protected you." "From what? From the person who actually loves me?" Natalie's face crumpled. "I love you. You love controlling me. There's a difference." "Emma, please. No." Emma's voice was stronger now. "I heard the recording, Mom. You and Grandma laughing about using Aunt Meredith as free childcare. Joking about how she'd never know what Daddy really wanted. We were drunk. We didn't mean..." "You meant every word." Natalie looked at me with pure hatred. "This is your fault. You've turned my daughter against me." "I didn't have to turn her against anything. I just showed her the truth." "The truth?" Natalie laughed bitterly. "The truth is that Harry felt sorry for you. The truth is that you're a college dropout who couldn't make it on her own." Emma stepped forward. "Stop talking to her like that. She's using you, Emma. Can't you see that? The only person who used anyone is you." Emma's voice was ice cold. "You used Aunt Meredith's love for me to get free labor. You used Daddy's death to steal from both of us." Natalie started crying. "I never meant for it to go this far." "But it did go this far," Emma said. "And now everyone knows what kind of person you really are." We left Natalie standing in the cereal aisle, sobbing into her hands. That night, Emma helped me cook dinner. We didn't talk about the case or the court date or her mother's tears. We talked about college applications and her plans for senior year and whether she wanted to keep taking piano lessons. Normal things, family things, the things we should have been talking about all along, without the weight of lies between us. 2 weeks before the court date, I got a text from an unknown number. "Can we meet? I have information you need. Kerry." Natalie's boyfriend of 2 years. The man who'd been living in Harry's house, sleeping in Harry's bed, playing stepfather to Emma while knowing exactly what Natalie and Nancy had done. "It's probably a trap," Adam said when I showed him the message. "Maybe. But what if it's not?" We arranged to meet at a diner across town. Kerry was already there when I arrived, hunched over a cup of coffee in a back booth. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Thank you for coming," he said as I sat down. "What do you want, Kerry?" He pulled out his phone and set it on the table between us. "I want to show you something." The screen displayed a voice memo dated 6 months ago. Kerry hit play. Natalie's voice filled the space between us. "Emma's getting too close to Meredith. She's asking questions about the will again." Nancy's voice responded. "Then we accelerate the timeline." "What timeline?" "The boarding school in Switzerland. Send her there after her 16th birthday. Full custody transfer to you as stepfather once you and Natalie marry." "And Meredith?" "Once Emma's gone, we don't need the nanny anymore." I stared at Kerry. "You recorded this?" "I've been recording everything for months." He scrolled through dozens of audio files. "I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know how wrong until I heard them planning to ship Emma overseas." "Why didn't you say anything?" "Because I was scared." Kerry's hands shook as he picked up his coffee. "Nancy threatened to destroy my business if I caused problems. She has connections everywhere." "So why now?" "Because after Emma's party, I realized I couldn't live with myself if I stayed quiet." He looked up at me. "That girl loves you more than anyone in the world, and they were going to take her away from you permanently." Kerry slid a flash drive across the table. "Everything's on here. Conversations about the forged will, plans for Emma's boarding school, discussions about cutting you out completely once she turned 18. "What else do they say?" "Nancy admits to bribing the notary. Natalie talks about burning the original will documents. There's even a conversation about framing you for theft if you ever got suspicious. My blood ran cold. Framing me? Nancy planted some of her jewelry in your room last month. She was going to discover it missing and call the police, but she didn't, because I found it and put it back. Carrie leaned forward. Meredith, these women are dangerous. They'll do anything to protect what they've stolen. Will you testify? Yes, but I need protection. Nancy's already threatening to ruin me financially. Adam can help with that. Carrie nodded. There's something else. About Emma's trust fund. What about it? They've been borrowing against it. Nancy's been using Emma's inheritance to fund her lifestyle for years. How much? Nearly $200,000. I felt sick. Emma doesn't know. Emma doesn't know any of it. They've been showing her fake statements. That evening, I sat Emma down and played one of Carrie's recordings. Her face went white as she listened to her mother and grandmother discussing her future like she was a piece of property. They were going to send me away? She whispered. Yes. To Switzerland? A boarding school there. Nancy said it would give them breathing room to handle the estate without your questions. Emma stood up abruptly and walked to the window. They stole my college fund too? Some of it. We'll get it back. How can you be sure? Because we have proof now, real proof. Emma turned around, tears streaming down her face. I feel so stupid. I actually believed Mom when she said she was protecting me. You're not stupid. You trusted the people who were supposed to love you. But you're the one who actually loves me. Yes, I do. Emma wiped her eyes. What happens at the court hearing? We present everything. The original will, the notary's testimony, Carrie's recordings. The judge will decide whether to restore the estate according to Harry's real wishes. And if we win, then you get your full inheritance back. I become co-trustee like Harry wanted. And Nancy and Natalie face criminal charges for fraud. Good. Emma's voice was steady now. I want them to face charges. The next morning, Adam called with news. Carrie's testimony is going to be devastating, he said, but there's a problem. What kind of problem? Nancy hired a team of lawyers, expensive ones. They're claiming the original will is a forgery and that you coerced Carrie into making false statements. That's ridiculous. I know. But they're also claiming you've been embezzling from Emma's trust fund. What? They filed a countersuit yesterday. They're saying you've been stealing money for years and that this whole case is an attempt to cover your tracks. I sank into a chair. Can they prove any of that? No, because it's not true, but it's going to make the hearing more complicated. How complicated? They're asking for a full financial audit of your accounts. And they want Emma placed in temporary custody with Nancy pending the outcome. Over my dead body. That's what I told them. But Meredith, this is going to get ugly. Are you prepared for that? I looked at Emma, who was doing homework at my kitchen table. She looked up and smiled at me, the same smile Harry used to give me when we were kids. I'm prepared, I said. Good, because we're going to war. The courthouse was packed. News vans lined the street outside, and reporters pushed microphones toward anyone who looked like they might be involved in the case. Stay close, Adam said as we walked up the steps. Emma held my hand tightly, her other arm linked through Carrie's. Inside, Natalie sat at the defendant's table with 3 lawyers in expensive suits. Nancy was beside her, wearing pearls and a black dress that probably cost more than my rent. She looked calm, composed, like she was attending a charity luncheon instead of a fraud hearing. All rise for the Honorable Judge Patricia Williams. Judge Williams was a woman in her 60s with sharp eyes and no patience for nonsense. She'd reviewed all the evidence beforehand, according to Adam. This is a petition to reopen the estate of Harry Wolfe, she began. The petitioner claims the will currently on file is fraudulent and that the true will was deliberately concealed. Nancy's lead attorney, a silver-haired man named Davidson, stood up. Your Honor, this is a desperate attempt by Ms. Wolfe to steal from a grieving widow and her daughter. The will on file is legitimate, and we have evidence that Ms. Wolfe has been embezzling from the estate for years. We'll hear the evidence, Judge Williams said curtly. Mr. Hunt, you may begin. Adam stood and walked to the center of the courtroom. Your Honor, we will prove that Nancy Evans and Natalie Knight conspired to forge Harry Wolfe's will, cutting out his sister and stealing from his daughter's inheritance. He called Martinez, the notary, as his first witness. The man looked nervous as he took the oath. Mr. Martinez, did you notarize 2 different versions of Harry Wolfe's will? Yes, sir. Can you tell us about the circumstances? Martinez glanced at Nancy, then looked away quickly. The first will was notarized in Mr. Wolfe's presence in March 2018. The second one was brought to me by Mrs. Evans in April 2018 after Mr. Wolfe had died. And what did Mrs. Evans tell you about the second will? She said there had been a mistake in the first one, that Mr. Wolfe had wanted to make changes but died before he could sign the corrected version. Did you believe her? Martinez shifted in his seat. She offered me $5,000 to notarize the second will and destroy all records of the first one. Gasps echoed through the courtroom. Nancy's face remained stone cold. Did you take the money? Yes, I needed it for my daughter's medical bills. But you kept copies of both wills? Yes. As insurance. Adam presented both versions to the court. The differences were stark. In Harry's original will, I was named co-trustee of Emma's inheritance and recipient of a $50,000 education fund. In the forged version, I didn't exist. Davidson cross-examined Martinez aggressively, trying to paint him as unreliable, but the man's story never changed. Next, Adam called Kerry to the stand. Mr. Kerry, how long have you been in a relationship with Natalie Knight? 2 years. During that time, did you overhear conversations between Ms. Knight and her mother about the will? Many times. Adam played several of Kerry's recordings. The courtroom listened in stunned silence as Nancy and Natalie's voices filled the room, discussing their fraud in detail. She doesn't even suspect we rewrote it, Natalie's voice said clearly. The notary was so easy to convince, Nancy added with a laugh. Davidson objected repeatedly, claiming the recordings were obtained illegally, but Judge Williams allowed them as evidence. Mr. Kerry, Adam continued, did you hear discussions about Emma's trust fund? Yes. Nancy has been borrowing against it for years, nearly $200,000. For what purpose? Personal expenses. Vacations, jewelry, home renovations. When Davidson cross-examined Kerry, he tried to suggest Kerry was lying to get revenge on Natalie for their recent breakup. Isn't it true you're angry that Ms. Knight ended your relationship? She didn't end it, Kerry said calmly. I did, after I realized what kind of person she really is. Finally, Adam called me to the stand. Ms. Wolfe, why did you wait 3 years to challenge the will? Because I trusted them. Because I thought family meant something to them. What changed? I found the recording. I realized they'd been laughing about my pain for years. Davidson's cross-examination was brutal. He accused me of jealousy, of wanting Emma's inheritance for myself, of manipulating a grieving teenager. Isn't it true you've been planning this for years? He asked. No, I've been surviving this for years. You dropped out of college. You had no prospects. Suddenly your brother dies and leaves a fortune. Convenient, isn't it? My brother's death was the worst day of my life, but profitable. Adam objected, but the damage was done. Davidson was painting me as a gold digger. Then Emma asked to testify. Your Honor, she said, standing up in the gallery, I want to speak. Judge Williams looked surprised. You're a minor, Miss Knight. You don't have to testify. I want to. Emma walked to the witness stand with her head held high. She looked directly at her mother as she took the oath. Emma, Adam said gently, who raised you after your father died? Aunt Meredith. How do you feel about what you've learned in this courtroom? Emma's voice was steady and clear. I feel betrayed by my mother and grandmother, and grateful to Aunt Meredith for finally telling me the truth. Do you believe your aunt is trying to steal from you? No. I believe she's trying to give me back what my father wanted me to have. Davidson declined to cross-examine. Judge Williams called a brief recess. When she returned, her expression was grim. I've reviewed all the evidence presented today, the original will, the notary's testimony, the audio recordings, and the financial records. The courtroom was silent. It's clear that fraud was committed. The will currently on file is not the document Harry Wolfe intended to govern his estate. Nancy's face finally cracked. I'm ordering the estate reopened according to the original will. Meredith Wolfe is hereby named co-trustee of Emma Knight's inheritance, and the $50,000 education fund is restored. Emma grabbed my hand and squeezed. Furthermore, I'm referring this case to the District Attorney for criminal prosecution of Nancy Evans and Natalie Knight for will tampering, fraud, and embezzlement. Natalie burst into tears. Nancy sat frozen, staring straight ahead. Court is adjourned. As we walked out, reporters swarmed us. Ms. Wolfe, how does it feel to win? I stopped on the courthouse steps and looked back at the building where justice had finally been served. Some things you don't win, I said. You survived them. The certified letter arrived on a Tuesday morning while Emma and I were eating breakfast in my apartment. She'd been living with me since the trial ended, splitting time between my place and Morgan's family when she needed space to process everything. What is it? Emma asked, watching me stare at the official envelope. I don't know. I opened it carefully, expecting more legal paperwork. Instead, I found a property deed and a handwritten note from Harry's original lawyer. Ms. Wolfe, the note read, this was sealed with instructions to deliver only if the original will was ever restored. Your brother wanted you to have this, but he also wanted it to be a surprise. The deed was for a small lake house 2 hours north of the city. Harry's signature was at the bottom, dated just weeks before his death. Emma leaned over my shoulder to read. Dad bought you a house? Apparently. There's more. Emma pulled a folded paper from the envelope. Harry's handwriting covered both sides. Meredith, I read aloud, if you're reading this, it means something went wrong with my will. I'm sorry. I tried to protect you and Emma both, but I should have known Mom would try to interfere. Emma's eyes filled with tears. He knew Grandma would cause problems? I kept reading. The lake house is yours, no matter what happens to the rest of the estate. I bought it under a trust, so no one could touch it. It's where we used to go fishing when we were kids. I thought maybe you'd want to take Emma there someday. Show her the good memories. I remember that place, Emma whispered. We went there when I was little. There's more, I said, continuing to read. I know you gave up everything for Emma. Your education, your dreams, your independence. I can never repay that sacrifice, but I hope this house gives you a place to start over. A place that's just yours. Emma was crying now. He really loved you. He loved both of us. The letter continued. If Emma is reading this too, I want her to know that Meredith is the strongest person I've ever known. She's not just your aunt, she's your guardian angel. Trust her. She'll never let you down. Emma wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Can we go see it? Right now? Right now. We drove north in Emma's car, following GPS directions through winding country roads. The house sat on a small hill overlooking the lake, exactly as I remembered it from childhood visits. White clapboard siding, green shutters, a wraparound porch with rocking chairs. "It's perfect," Emma said as we walked up the front steps. The key was hidden under the same loose floorboard where Harry and I used to leave it 20 years ago. Inside, the house was clean and furnished simply. Someone had been maintaining it. "Look," Emma called from the kitchen window. "There's a dock." We walked down to the water together. The lake was calm, reflecting the afternoon sky like a mirror. "Your dad taught me to fish from that dock," I said. "Will you teach me?" "If you want to learn." Emma sat on the edge of the dock, dangling her feet in the water. "Are you going to live here?" "I don't know. Maybe part-time." "What about your degree?" "I can finish it online or transfer to the state school nearby." Emma nodded. "I've been thinking about college applications. And I want to study social work, like you were going to." "Emma, you don't have to." "I want to help kids like me, kids whose families lie to them, kids who need someone to fight for them." I sat beside her on the dock. "Your mom called me yesterday." Emma stiffened. "What did she want?" "To apologize. And to ask if she could see you." "What did you tell her?" "That it's your choice. It's always been your choice." Emma was quiet for a long time, watching the water lap against the dock posts. "I'm not ready," she finally said. "That's okay. Maybe someday, but not now." "That's okay too." We sat in comfortable silence as the sun started to set over the lake. Emma's phone buzzed with a text from Morgan, asking about weekend plans. Normal teenage concerns, normal teenage friendships. "Aunt Meredith?" "Yeah?" "Thank you." "For what?" "For not giving up. For fighting for the truth even when it hurt." "You don't have to thank me for that." "Yes, I do." Emma looked at me seriously. "You could have walked away after Dad died. You could have let Mom and Grandma have everything and started your own life somewhere else." "I would never have left you." "I know." "That's what makes you different from them?" A loon called across the water, its voice echoing off the surrounding hills. Emma smiled at the sound. "I think Dad would be happy," she said, "knowing we're here together." "I think so too." As darkness fell, we went back inside and found Harry's old photo albums in a closet. Pictures of family vacations, birthday parties, ordinary moments that felt precious now. "Tell me about this one," Emma said, pointing to a photo of Harry and me as teenagers, grinning at the camera from this same dock. So I did. I told her about the summer Harry caught his first base, about the time we capsized our canoe trying to race across the lake, about the night we stayed up until dawn talking about our dreams for the future. Stories she'd never heard, memories she deserved to have. The truth, finally, without any lies mixed in. Outside, the lake was still and quiet under the stars. Inside, Emma fell asleep on the couch with her head on my shoulder, surrounded by pictures of the family that had always been hers. The family that would never lie to her again,